All right. Good morning. I guess good early afternoon, whatever you want to call it. If you're in Hawaii, you're still way up before most people. Tom, how long till you can start trading? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Tom. Hey, thanks. Jim, appreciate that. So you should wait till first of month to open a contract. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at here, Tom. What are you asking about trading? What kind of trading? I need a little bit more context. I'm doing futures trading here, and assuming you're doing futures day trading, you don't have to wait till the first of the month for anything. You can day trade the contract whenever you want. But I'm not sure if I answered your question or not because I'm not quite sure, like I said, what you're asking. But if you want to provide a bit more clarity, I can try my best to help you out. So we're in quite a bit of a dramatic period right now, if I could state the obvious. I don't know. Is this a potential short at the back test of this line here? Maybe, maybe. We'll see what happens. As always, if you can hear me and if I sound all right, can you hit that 1, please? The stream's current bitrate is lower than recommended. All right, I did change something. So I also have a question. How does the clarity look? Hey, Evil Shaddix, thank you. Passed another account, good job. How does the clear? I did change something beforehand. Does it look fuzzy? Does it look normal? Does it look better? What? How does the stream actually look? Because yesterday somebody was like, "Why aren't you streaming in 1080p?" And I didn't even know what I was streaming in, so I was fooling around with some settings, and I think I changed them to 1080p. Very clear. Is it clearer than normal, or is it does it look the same as normal? All right, quite the bounce here. We'll see what it wants to actually do. About the same for okay. All right, so maybe what I did. Regardless, I'm glad that it's very clear. That's good. It could have been them. Your streams have never not been clear for me. Okay, that's interesting. Because right now it says your streams. Yeah, I don't know what any of this means, but this is what I have. Do we have any tech geeks here? The stream's current bitrate, whatever that means, is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use a stream bitrate of, but I mean, everybody here is saying it's clear, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Or at least as far as I can tell, it's clear for people. Hey, good morning, Kevin. Emmy, Trey, yeah, scared money don't make money. Again, so it sounds like it's clear for people. All right, I'll just take people's word at it. Are you retired now? I guess depends how you define retired. If you mean retired as my, from my engineering job, which is what I got my degree in, yeah, I've been retired under that definition since age 25. But am I like retired as in I sit on the beach every day and do nothing? No, I am not retired from income stream creation. That's what I like to call myself. That's what I think everybody's goal should be. Full-time income stream creator. Because as I've always said, every wealthy person I've ever studied has one thing in common. That thing that is in common is that they all have multiple streams of income. So I've been retired from my engineering job since age 25. So that was back in 2008-ish. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I mean, I'm not like retired as in I sit on, I lay in bed all day or something like that. Cyrus, hi there. Are you using fair value? I maybe, I don't know. I don't even know what those are. Cyrus, I've been around before that thing was like so somebody came up to describe something that maybe I'm already doing, but like I've never heard of that until I got into futures. And futures are just based on charts anyways. So from my understanding, somebody I think came around and remarketed, repackaged something that's already always existed, and they just call it something, but I'm not familiar with what that even means. So maybe I do, and maybe I just do it without even knowing what I'm calling it. Okay, patient. So how can you tell? Is it clearer? Because I did make a change. But now I have a warning message, and I don't know what that warning message is. So is it clearer for you, patient trader? Yeah, RN says 1080. It's clearer. Perfect. All right, well, that's good. I don't like my warning message. Does anybody know, do we have any like OBS people? Is it possible that I can increase my my current bit rate? Is that possible to do at all, or? Ignore. Yeah, I don't know what any of this stuff means that I'm clicking on. I better be careful. Well, if we have any OBS people that can tell me how I can increase my bit rate, unless that's something out of my control, I don't know. Or is bit rate a function of what kind of upload speed I'm getting? Well, 260 from another blow up. I'm about done. Well, you still got drawdown left, so you could still potentially make it happen. So quite the bounce here. Now it's really just a question of, is this a dead cat bounce? Are we about, as the bounce comes up, is this about to roll back over? I would not be shocked by that at all, but still waiting to see if some weakness wants to show up. But right now, that's what I'm looking for. As a reminder, we're a little light on likes already, but if you've been here before and you know that you're going to enjoy, reminder to hit that like button. If you've never been here before, welcome. No need to hit the like button because I understand you don't know if you're going to like this, but the policy of my approach is I will keep going. I'll keep streaming. Yesterday I almost went 4 hours too, but I'll keep going as long as people are interested and I gauge interest via that like button. So as long as likes are increasing, then I default to, people are still interested, and I'll keep streaming. So like I said, if you are interested and you're finding this helpful, just hit that like button. I don't want to be on this account anymore. Let me change my account. There we go. Yeah, let me get short there with a stop right up above there. So there we go. I will get short at that red line. Stop is at the green line. Now, if this is a true V-shaped monster, well, then I want nothing to do with it. I'll take my stop and move on. But as of right now, right at that trend line. For those of you that are here, I don't know, 5 minutes ago, was talking about, hey, we're going to get some sort of back test, and there it is. But that's right. I'm going to keep my order up there to get short. Feeling any better? Yeah, a little bit. The cough is still with me. I think I sound a little bit better. Maybe not. But thanks for asking. Short again after our support. Never doubt BK dot to throw out very open-ended statements. Short again after our support. I don't know what that means. Oh, maybe you left an H out. Short again after hours support. Yeah, I'm assuming that's not supposed to say hours. Probably, well, there's supposed to be an H in there is my guess. Jacob, hey, I am about an intermediate trader and was trading MYM futures because the multiplier is lower. Should I switch to MNQ? I heard it. I would give it a try for sure, Jacob. Yes. But you nailed it, MNQ. Don't just move into NQ, move into MNQ. I think that would be, Jacob, you're looking at MNQ right here. So yes, I would not call you crazy at all. I would only call you crazy if you just all of a sudden threw yourself into the NQ. But yes, MNQ, worth at least a try. Well, I'm going to go ahead and cancel the orders out up here. Did not get filled. Should have went with my opening instincts. And you all heard me say it, assuming you're here. Hey, is it going to backtest that line right there? So the classic, we talk about it all the time on the live stream. The backtest came all up here, backtested it, and now apparently it is going. The back test and go. Hey, Frank. Oh, it is on. Yeah, let me turn that off. Thank you for that reminder, Frank. Wow. Now, I like I said, I was pretty confident in a back test and it for it to, but did I think it necessarily come down this much? I didn't. I would not have thought it would have been rejected this much down this quickly. So now it becomes, do we try to play some sort of double bottom down here? I don't know, 63, what might my stop be? Yeah, I could risk 10 points on it. We'll see what happens if it wants to come down there. But yes, so totally just did not go with my instincts. Did not take that short. I had an order. Yeah, I mean, my plan I think was because to be fair to myself, had I gotten short right there, I mean, where's my stop loss at? It's got to be way up there, and I just at this point I didn't want to risk that much money. So, you know, that was the logic behind that. By moving my entry up here, I could have a tighter risk profile. Buyer wicks are massive from earlier. I mean, kind of, but buyers wicks don't necessarily mean there's buyers. Examples here, well, that's what I'm assuming you mean as a buyer's wick. I just call it a lower shadow, but there's another one. There's another one. Now, there were some here that worked out, but you're up 30% in one, up 40% in the other. Whether SU to clear, yeah. Like some scalding tea. Nothing better than scalding tea that makes you wince. Let me get this trend line play. This may be an overly aggressive trend line, so yeah, that's a pretty insane trend line. That's pretty steep. But I mean, you can see here a little clump, bounce, bounce. I don't know. Is that really one you should use for a short? Pretty steep. All right, heading back up to that area. Scalding coffee is better. I did have coffee earlier, but I went the tea route now because I am feeling a little sick. So this is supposed to help with the respiratory system. It's something with slippery elm. I don't know what that means. It sounds very organic and nature-like, so it's got to be good for you, right? Since when is slippery elm not good for you? Still interested in maybe a short up here from where that first idea was that I never got filled. So if it wants to come up some more. So we'll see if it wants to kind of come up here and then come back down. That would be ideal. That would certainly be the ideal situation. Yeah. All right, I'll get short at that red line. Stop is up above that area right here. Maybe, I guess I could get short right here at the stop right there, but then I'm kind of in front of these areas. Again, the 21 EMA doing work. Be careful, reverse. I am being careful. That's why I have a stop loss in. But thank you, Travis. I appreciate you looking out, but yes, I am being careful. I do have a stop loss in place. And if I'm wrong, it's in an amount that I am comfortable with losing. But thank you. I appreciate the friendly reminder to be careful. But yes, I am currently being careful. All right. right, maybe another little rejection off that area. I guess in a sense, it's kind of a rising wedge. Man, right off of that back test again. Trendline power for the scalpers out there. Again, my entry point is at that red line there. Hello, Clay. Can you explain me why NASDAQ went down in opening, but almost every stock was green? I mean, I can explain. I can give you a for sure reason, but I don't think it's the reason that you actually would want. So the for sure reason why, I mean, not only the NASDAQ but why anything would go down, like, is because there are more sellers than buyers. That is to the core of your question why it went down. There are more sellers than buyers. Now, what you're actually asking is in the sense of, well, what caused there to be more sellers than buyers? And I have no idea. Nobody knows that answer. The headlines will speculate. But yes, I cannot give you an answer as to why there are more sellers than buyers. And another back test right off that line. You know, you would have thought I would have learned. Like, hey, just play the trend line back test. All right, I'll cancel those orders out. Ads every 5 minutes. Again, not in the space to deal with it today. I'm out. All right, have a good one, Emmy. Have a good one. I mean, in a weird sense, there is again, weird sense, a rising wedge, which is a bearish pattern. But now this lower wick has me a little scared. So I'm not interested in shorting at the trend line. I'm not interested in shorting where I was because this thing here has me thinking there are some buyers that just showed up. So I'm going to pass. I guess I could paper trade it. I would have been at 48. So I would have been, oh, yep. Pretty sure my order was like right there at like 48 something, and I would have been filled. So I definitely have a green trade if I chose to scalp that, but I would have wanted to see it come down a little bit more. So can't quite say it would have been a winning trade yet. But either way, I am not interested right now in shorting after that kind of candle right there. Some buyers apparently showed up. Now, whether or not they remain, that's a whole other situation, but they did show up. They did show up for sure via the lower shadow right here. So they showed up, but will they remain? Well, nobody knows that. And anybody that tells you they know whether or not the buyers will remain, anybody can tell you the buyer showed up. Like, that's just candlestick analysis. But can they tell you that the buyers will remain? No. That's why risk management matters, because nobody knows the answer to those questions. And again, anybody that says they do, run the other way. What are your thoughts for weekend when Trump is going to talk? Daniel, yeah, I think you have you seem to think and look at me as more so like some sort of investor or someone that kind of cares about that sort of stuff. I don't. I do have long-term investments, but those, like, I'll check in on maybe once a month. And I'll really start to care about those like 20, 30 years from now. But other than that, I really don't care about the headlines. I don't put any brain power into it. I'm a day trader. This is the 2-minute chart. So right now, Daniel, I'm basically just trying to figure out what I think is going to happen in the next 2 minutes. No, I appreciate you valuing my opinion and wanting my opinion. I'm just telling you, you definitely don't want my opinion, because my opinion would be coming from a source of like pure guessing, because I haven't put any thought process into it. So, like, I'm trying to help you out. Trust me, I appreciate that you want my opinion, but I'm telling you, you don't want my opinion. Unless you just want me to like make stuff up and like take a total guess. But I'm assuming you would not enjoy that. This is bearish flag and pole forming in NDX. Yeah, yep. Same here. We have kind of a big old bear pennant here from an overarching standpoint. So we have this area here that we've been tracking. We have this right here. We have the big downwards move right here. For you golfers, try to make it more visual. Put the golf hole up here. So yeah, it is a bear pennant pattern. I'm just not totally trusting it to get short right here for the reasons I've already discussed. Mainly the problem of the buyers potentially showing up right there. But again, if it does get rejected off here, then hindsight will be my judge, and maybe hindsight will have me looking pretty stupid. But that is why I'm not doing that. I literally got my 525K blue. I hear you, Kelvin. There are some movements out there where I don't find that hard to believe at all. Oh, and you only need 4. Yeah, it was tricky though, man. Like, I get it. The moves today were just that when they happen, and they happen like that. So, yeah, that's kind of how it goes. It should have positive effect in NASDAQ. Yeah, we'll see, Daniel. We'll see. There we go. So that would have been a losing trade on my part. But right here is what kind of tipped me off to change my thought process when the buyer showed back up like that. And now they're carrying things back through. So just checking in. Hey, Elusive Lens. Been a while. Curious how many orders and at what size positions did you get the morning? Of a combination of NQs and then MNQ on my other account. Whoops. Right here. So this one I had both NQs and MNQ, and then the one that I'm focused on right now, just NQ so far. What motivated Tesla today? That's a good question. I don't know. I definitely, I used to day trade Tesla, but day trading Tesla is just a waste of time, waste of capital, inefficient use of risk. So yeah, I can't say I pay too much attention to the Tesla chart. Yeah, you probably just, if it was you got stuck in a big spike. Even with the big spikes, yeah, that's where slippage happens. And that's my whole point, Kelvin, of why prop firms are very powerful. Because sometimes you could be doing everything right. You could be behaving properly. But sometimes, no matter what market you're in, spikes happen. When those big spikes happen, even if you have a stop loss, you can get that slippage, and that slippage can add up quite a bit. So that's just why I say prop firms are the way to go. So, I mean, let me reframe it, Kelvin. These were 25K accounts that you're using, right? So the trade that you knocked you out, you lost more than 1,500, and you had 5 accounts. So, Kelvin, aren't you at least grateful that big crazy spike did not cost you $7,500? Because Kelvin's copy trading, by the way. But aren't you glad that didn't cost you $7,500? Because if you were at 5 accounts and you were copy trading, and then you took that loss right there, I mean, dude, that's $7,500. That could have been your money gone, just like that, if not even more. Because at least with the prop firms, it just stops at 1,500. But, and well, if I'm assuming you got each account for $100. So really, the question is, you lost 500, sure, because that was the cost per account, but $500 or $7,500? I'm assuming you would say, I'm glad I was in a prop firm and it only cost me $500 as opposed to $7,500, if not more. Elusive Lens got your pro account. Awesome. Congratulations. We're getting near some very interesting levels here on the 5-minute here. I could be interested in a short. I actually would be interested. Now, if this is some sort of big recovery, well, then it'll be game over, losing trade for me. So let's go 82. Or do I try this? Try the middle point. So if I go 94, that's a little more than 10 points. And that's okay. That's okay. So let's do this. Short. 95. All right, let me go up a little bit more to shrink my risk a little bit, tad more there. 90. A little bit more. Again, I'd like to keep my risk at about 10 points. There you go. Basically 10 points there. So I will look to get short up around that area. Stop right there. And we'll see if it wants to come up there. As a reminder, hit that like button. I will keep on streaming as long as I know there's interest. And I gauge interest via the like button and if the likes continue to creep up. So if you are enjoying and you want to just keep the party going, and you have not used that like, make sure you hit the like. Hey, childlike innocence. Good to see ya. Day off work today? I kept my word and got 2 more take profit accounts with your code. Thank you. Thank you. My kids will eat. My kids will have dinner tonight. because of childlike innocence. If you use code Clay, my kids will eat. Well, right now, we're all kind of sick, so my kids will get medicine. Code Clay. I even, whoops. Yeah, I'm grateful. I'll keep trading, though. I'm no longer doing 25K accounts after that. What are you going to do, Kelvin, instead? 50K? Yeah, I was, well, I think you're on the live stream for a couple of them. I've been close to passing a couple tests. One was what, a week ago? 2 weeks ago? I don't remember now. But I had one too that was like 150K. I want to say, like, no, I'm sorry. It was a 50K and I was a couple $100 away from passing. And then there was just some sort of crazy, nasty move. So I hear you. I hear you. All I'm saying is I'm glad to know that you, quote unquote, only lost 500 compared to what it could have been if you were using your own capital of 7,500, if not even more. You never leave trade open for a night. I do not. Nope, that's swing trading. I'm a day trader, Daniel. Now, I do invest too. So I not only do I leave, well, I wouldn't even call them trades, but yes, I do have investments that I've left open for like the past, I don't know, 10 years plus. I was a little slow in my stock investing because I started real estate investing first. Because back during 2008, 2009, 2010, when everything was melting down, I'm like, this seems like a good time to buy some houses. Everybody's telling me that real estate market is wrecked and it's game over. So this seems like a good time. So yes, I am 41, but I'm really only, I don't know, 10-ish years into my stock investing. So I did get a later start on that, but because, like I said, my journey was a little backwards, I went real estate investing first. Trading in my kid's student dorm before taking, nice, Paul, that's dedication there. What college or university does she go to? You should all see the film The Apprentice, and you understand why Trump is like the film or the TV show. Ooh, rolling back down. Bummer. All right, well, I'll cancel those orders out up there. It didn't quite come, but we're at this trend line. Do you short it or do you not? Maybe I'll try a back test, try to play some momentum. I only started last year at 41. Well, hey, Kevin. Later is better than never, my friend. I'm glad you started. Hey, let's get 2 more likes. Let's push this up over 50. Hey, there's one. I didn't even have to ask. I'm liking it. Well, this is a good Friday crowd, I can tell. We're already at 50 likes. I'm liking it. That contract size is so big to a 25K account draw. Oh, yeah, the drawdown. But not on it. Yeah, exactly. That Kelvin, that is true. That's where everything kind of goes back and forth. It's like, well, some people want that bigger drawdown, and it sounds like you're one of those people that wants a bigger drawdown. And I think that's I don't call your argument at all irrational. I can see where you're coming from. Rav Sean, 56 move from that. Hey, congrats. Yeah, you're close. How big would that number be if you weren't in the prop firm world? Ask yourself that. Probably about $100,000. Thank you, Webb. Good. Hey, Rob. Good morning. I appreciate that, Sintra. Appreciate it. This bear pennant has turned ugly because it did give the faulty break to the upside. I don't know. Could I short? What would that? 7. I really don't like this trade. I mean, it's not a terrible trade, but I'm gonna have to factor that in via just one MNQ. All right, sell right there, buy right there. All right, I'm in. If I'm wrong or if I'm right, not gonna make a whole lot. If I'm wrong, I'm not gonna lose a whole lot, and that's what I'm most likely what I'm always considering is how much am I gonna lose if I'm wrong. Don't really care about how much I'm gonna make. I got to make sure my risk is under control. So like I said, I'm not going to call this like there's no logic behind the trade. There's plenty of logic. I'm just not necessarily loving it. So that's why I'm going to just factor that in via one MNQ. So we'll see if this does indeed want to give us a breakdown. It's all right. I should have thought about this earlier instead of being cheap trying to. Well, if I remember right, Kelvin, you said you're 19. I'm jealous of you in that regard. I did not get into the markets and trading until like age 22-ish, 23-ish. So anybody your age that is already interested in this stuff, man, I am jealous. You have so much runway to, yeah, I am jealous. Not looking so hot. So at this point, I am very, very glad I did one MNQ. Now, if it collapses, I'll be very upset at myself for doing one MNQ. But right now, I'm feeling pretty good about just doing one MNQ. Hello, what strategy do you primarily use for your day trading? I'm a technical trader, and I use candlesticks. Candlestick analysis is my primary form. I like some moving averages. I like some supports, resistance levels. I'm sorry, as I've said, that seems like a very popular question, but I don't have a cool sounding strategy. I know some things are like super, super cool sounding, but yeah, I don't have anything cool sounding. I'm kind of boring. What stock are you talking about? This is not a stock. This is the futures. I don't day trade stocks. Day trading stocks is very inefficient. Dare I say, a waste of time, a waste of capital, an unwise use of capital because you're taking on so much risk. An inefficient use of capital because you got to put up tens of thousands of dollars to maybe make a couple hundred, whereas in futures you're putting up hundreds of dollars to make potentially thousands of dollars. What do I think about signals? Well, if somebody's selling you a signal, probably not that great of a signal. Quick question. If I completed the test today, when can I get... well, when the day's over, Jeffrey, so Monday. Because for all they know, maybe you go and you keep trading it and then you blow the account. So yeah, you've got to let today finish. They work, Kelvin. They work. You just got stuck in such a big spike that it was just slippage. Look at this little miniature trend line here. So this is what I need to fail. If I have any chance of this working, that is now phase one. So I have started to really not like that trend line right there. It's preventing my trade from picking up any downside pressure. In fact, let's just get it mapped out just so we can see how it does play out. See? Right off that little dirty dog again. This is the little dirty rat. Now, if you're long, this is not a dirty rat. This is your knight in shining armor. But I'm short. I want prices to go down. So that's a little dirty rat in my world. You definitely favor exactly what Frank said. That's my strategy. You read what Frank said. Yep. That's it. Come on now. All right. Not looking so good now. That trend line is just... And I am about to be stopped out. And almost... No. The green line is my stop. Yeah, I don't see how I don't get stopped out here. Woo! It's coming. There we go. All right. So again, I'm very glad that I factored that in, that being with just one MNQ. So in this situation, I'm very happy I went with one MNQ. But that dirty dog, that dirty little rat tread line right there. Let me ask you this, Daniel. I'm starting to wonder, like, would you like to be a day trader, Daniel? Day trader being defined as you can buy and sell in the same day as much as you want. Would that be something you're interested in, Daniel? Are you doing what you're doing, which seems to be some sort of swing trading because you don't have $25,000, meaning you don't have as many day trades as you want because you're under the pattern day trading rule? Is that kind of the vibes I'm picking up here, Daniel? So again, if I were to tell you, hey, How does buying and selling in the same day as much as you want? I don't quite have that time. What time? Do you have 30 minutes? You don't need a whole bunch of time to day trade, especially if you're day trading futures. You do not need a whole lot of time. Oh, don't you dare come back down now. Is this your preferred time to trade, or are you just busy early in the morning? No, I'm trading. The majority of my gains come in the morning. But that is, I don't live stream then because I have a private premium community where people pay. So I give my. So here's. Yeah, I guess this is a little bit of a sales pitch. So hey Clay, how does the private thing work? Well, right here is kind of just one of the alerts I made this morning. Let's see, where did that go? So like right here in the chat room, you can see I mapped that out, and then I put, right up there, 2 minute, is this the new flush point area? Here was some other ones. That one right there never was broken, so that didn't come into play. That one right there, I did actually take a break of that. That's where my $500 came from on another one. But anyways, so like this right here was alerted, had that trend line in play, and then we'll go back real quick and see. Right here is that trend line, and you can see when it broke right there, ba-boom. Unfortunately for me, I made a comment. That's when I was making my tee, so I totally missed it. So this was a very expensive tee. Now, I'm not saying I would have played this perfectly and, held it all the way to the bottom. I'm not saying that, but the proof is right there. I alerted that trend line, and I said, hey, is this going to be where it flushes again? But I just happened to not be around and having some tea. So that is, Travis, that's what I'm doing in the early morning. And like I said, I'll turn this into a quick little sales pitch. So if you are interested in joining the private community, then you can check out that link right there. All right. Oh, now it's come back down through that line. And I'm going to just get rid of these lines here. They've kind of served their purpose. Well, that's so if you've ever been there before where it stops you out and then it just rolls back over or, goes back in your favor, you're not alone. I've been there too. I'm going to try something real quick. Settings. Output. Oh, okay. Now we're cooking. I think. Video bitrate. Okay, can I change this right now? Oh, I can. All right. So what is it? 6,000 is it recommended? All right. If I disappear all of a sudden, I'll be back. I'm experimenting. Okay, let's see if I can get that warning message to disappear. Okay, it should be disappearing, I think, in theory. Oh, 6,800. All right, let me go change it. I did not. Okay, I need that to be 6,800. Okay, settings. Again, I'm still basically a brand new live streamer. Only been doing this 3 months, so I really have no idea what I'm doing. So, just as an FYI. All right, 68 is what YouTube's telling me. Video bitrate. Apply. Okay. So let's see if that can get it to go away. Does it still look fine? Video quality wise, is everything still looking okay? What's your average win rate in your community? That question scares me to death, Tech Facts, because that comes across as you saying, I'd like to know your win rate because I'm just going to blindly follow anything you do. That's not how, if only it were that easy, Tech Facts Global. If only it were that easy. I give out, as you saw there, but hey, people got to think for themselves. You got to think for themselves. Sometimes people disagree with my alerts, and I love it. Why do I love that? Because it tells me, hey, it went away, the warning message. All right, cool. Great. All right. I love people disagreeing with me because it shows me they're thinking for themselves. And that's great. My upload speed is 300. I'm on fiber. Are you a Marine? I am not. I am just, my brother-in-law was, and I have a couple buddies that were. So I like to support, well, I mean, I support anybody that served. I'm also I have several Navy shirts because I have a brother-in-law. Well, two of my brother-in-laws went to the Naval Academy. One went into the Marines, and then the other went out to the fleet. So I have very high quality brother-in-laws is what I'm getting at. Because if you're not familiar, in order to get admission into one of the military academies, like you can't be a schmuck. This right here, Rob, this is the depth of market called DOM, the DOM. I don't use that. Some people do. I know some people enjoy looking at it. So that's why I have it on here, but I don't use that for anything. So again, does anybody notice any difference in the clarity, or is it still just the same? Maybe the difference now will be it won't like buffer. I don't know if it was buffering beforehand. But I like to see now excellent connection. All right, is this maybe a short down through here? Maybe. Same? Okay, maybe it just won't buffer as much. Hey, if you are enjoying, friendly reminder, hit that like button. Let's keep the stream going. I stream as long as there's interest. The only way I know how to quantify interest is via that like button. So if you have not hit the like button, but you find yourself being entertained or enjoying in any way, shape, or form, please hit that like button. That is real-time feedback, but that I genuinely do use. So, as a former engineer, I love me some data. I love me being able to define terms, right? It's very nice to be able to say, I don't know, are people interested still? But to YouTube's credit, they do give us a good little metric, and that is that like button. So yeah, please hit that like button. It's at 1080p. Yeah, were you the one that asked me yesterday, Apex, or was that somebody else? Somebody asked me, like, why aren't you streaming at 1080p? And I was like, oh, I don't know. I didn't know that I wasn't. Does your prop firm allow you to play at the opening bell? Yep. Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for that heads up. That's what got me experimenting this morning. Patient. Oh, I missed the trade. Going short, 21.25. Send me an email, Jeff, if you want, and I'll send you a link to the replay. I will look to play double bottom. There have been buyers hanging around down here before. Will they still be hanging down here? I don't know. But in my mind, it's a plausible area because there's a track record of buyers hanging down here. So that's what stop losses are for, because if these buyers have gone away, well, it's going to be a losing trade for me. If they're still here, well, then maybe I'll get a bounce and have a nice little trade. We'll see. Stopped at break even. Good job. Yeah, Jeff retired. Just Clay at claytrader.com is my email. Clay at claytrader.com. Jordan, hi Clay, new here. Hey, well, welcome, and finding this very helpful. Awesome, I love to hear that. Can I ask, what source do you use to learn, develop your edge? Any? Well, no, when I got started, like, I don't even know how people learn on their own today. There's so much information. A lot of it is bad. I was going to say most of it, but I guess I can't necessarily prove that. But there's just so much stuff. But yeah, no, I started to learn back in college, which was 2006-ish. And it's not that YouTube wasn't around. It was, but it's nothing like it is today. Yeah, social media was around, but nothing like it is today. There was no TikTok. There was no, there wasn't, it was just a much different environment. So yeah, I kind of just learned through the School of Hard Knocks. Hitting the like now and signed up for TPD last night with your code Clay. Hey, thanks, JVax. You're feeding my kids. I appreciate it. You're welcome. You're welcome. How long did it take for your account to be approved? With Take Profit Trader, who's my prop firm, as soon as you pass the test phase, usually it's next day that they'll approve your pro account. But as far as learning, Jordan, just do the course of Hard Knocks, and it was very costly, very annoying, and that's why I recommend investing in somebody's educational program. But I do realize I don't have any credibility in that regard because I happen to offer a mentorship program. So I totally get it. If you're like, well, you're just recommending that because you happen to sell something, which is true. But that is why way back when I wanted to just show people that I do believe in it. So after trading and when I moved into real estate investing, I was like, I'm not doing this teach myself thing again. So I did this video way back when and talked about, everything that I invested in my real estate education. So all this stuff and more was just under $5,000. So when I say I genuinely believe in investing into structured education, I do. I do believe that because I've been in both worlds. And I will say that real estate investing has done well for me. So this education here, I believe it was a very smart $5,000 because sometimes a penny saved is a penny earned. And especially in real estate, you do something dumb in real estate and it can be a big number against you. So I don't recommend anything like that, especially books. Stay away from books. Books are worthless because all books do is talk about things in hindsight. But this is what a book will do. This right here is a great buy point. Because see, there is that hammer and then it went up. It's like, okay, I mean, that's cool. That's true. But like the real world of trading is this. Okay, what are you going to do right now? Real trading looks to the right into this void of utter darkness. Books look to the left. What do you notice about looking to the left? Well, you got hindsight in your favor. You already know what's happened. So yes, a book can sit there and show you pictures and this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, you got to look to the right. Hey, Brian, good to see you. Does that answer make sense, Jordan? Again, if you like somebody else better and you think that you like them more as a teacher, then and they offer a course or a program, then go with that. But that is how I'd recommend it because while I sell nothing magical, what I sell that is magical is structure and order. Learn about this, then we're going to learn about this, then we're going to learn about that. Because when you're brand new and you don't know, it's super, super, super easy to get totally overwhelmed, not go up from down, left from right. I don't speak that language. So, and frankly, is that some sort of bot? Do I need to ban you? Certainly does. Appreciate it. Cool, Jordan. Well, hope you decide to stick around. I will say this, Jordan. What kind of trading do you want to do? Or do you want to do day trading? I'll try to save you a little bit of time. Do you want to do day trading? If this 2-minute bar closes down, I'll enter short. A couple of ticks below it. Stop. 144. All right. Roger that. Roger that. So what is day trading? You buy and sell in the same day. Oftentimes within seconds, sometimes within minutes. You buy something, then you get rid of it within seconds or minutes. Maybe sometimes a couple of hours. But it's buying and selling something within the same day. In this situation, it happens to be futures. No, it doesn't have to be. If you're in stocks, then yeah, it could be a different stock every day. But that is why I like futures. Part of Pam's plant is futures, and that is right here. Stop scanning. You can save yourself a whole lot of time and money because with stocks or crypto, you got to run scans. You got to figure out what's a hot stock today, what's moving, what's doing this. And with futures, it's not because the same thing every single day gives you many opportunities. So the quote unquote thing for me is the NQ, which is the NASDAQ. And then I also do the MNQ just because the MNQ moves a little bit slower. So they're still the same exact chart. One just moves faster than the other. So that is why, that's just one of the many reasons why futures are way better than stocks. It's just for that. No need to spend time scanning or screening or spending money on that software. Granted, I know this software comes with a lot of platforms, but still. Like you can just roll out of bed. Don't have to spend a second scanning anything because you know already what you're going to trade. I'm a scalper in for 1 minute, yeah. I've been investing for a while, but moving into day trading, doing my due diligence and learning as much as I can. All right, good, Jordan. I'm glad you're already in the futures realm. Because I was going to follow that up and ask if you had $25,000. And if you would have said no, then I would have said, well, then by definition, you can't be a day trader with options or stocks. Because A true day trader is not somebody that can only buy and sell in the same day 3 times every 5 days, which is what the pattern day trader rule is. So if you show up and want to be a day trader in stocks or options, but you don't have $25,000, you won't be able to buy and sell as much as you want every single day because of that pattern day trader rule. But in futures, again, going back to Pam's plan here and the whole argument about what makes futures so great, as far as that pattern day trading rule, yeah, in futures, there is none. So you can truly buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell as much as you want every single day. I'm interested in potentially shorting, or let me put it this way, I was. And then I glance over here at the 5-minute time frame, and I see this big old lower shadow. So that certainly has me scared and nervous from the short side. In that regard. So, yeah. I just switched to take profit trader. What does it mean by don't trade more than 6 contracts at any time? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, what does it mean? Don't trade more than 6 contracts at any time. That's what it means. Don't trade more than 6 contracts. I don't know. Maybe you're asking something different. I don't think I'm quite understanding. Clay, I've known you. Oh, I've known of you for like 5 years. It's about time you came over to the futures. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. My private community has been trying to convince me for years to move into futures. And then, Clay, now futures got even better. Now there's these things called prop firms. And yeah, I was a stubborn donkey for longer than I should have been. But yes, I'm glad I made the switch. How do you feel about options? This is my first year of actual trading, learning from a local guy whom I met in 2030. He will be. Well, what kind of trading? Like only 6 contracts a day or at the same time? That's per trade. So right here, it's max position size. That is per trade, not per day. Per trade would be 6. And then I'm not Karma. Well, what type of trading? Swing trading or day trading in terms of options? That would be my next question there. Got to figure out what category we're in. Are we in the swing trader category, the day trader category, or the investor category? Oh, swing trade. Yeah, I don't have anything against options swing trading. Now, if you would have said you're day trading options, that is just pure garbage, pure insanity, pure inefficiency. Keyword there being inefficiency. I'm not saying people can't make money day trading options. I'm just saying you're working way harder than you actually need to. And it's very, very easily mathematically demonstrable. What do you think about buy, sell, same time? I don't know what you mean by it. It sounds like a way to either make a couple bucks or lose a couple bucks if you're buying and selling at the same time. This is the overnight low. That is the low of the day. Woo! Haha, scalding tea. It feels great. All right. Well, this area is seemingly acting as a resistance. So we got basically an ascending triangle that's forming, but could be some sort of a bearish pattern. So we have the top part of the ascending triangle right here, bottom part of the pattern right here. The only kind of roadblock is if you were to buy the breakout here. I mean, there's still wiggle room, but not a whole lot of wiggle room before the price would then have to deal with probably a pretty stubborn area of resistance up there at the VWAP. So if you're a scalper, I mean, I could see, yeah, I got plenty of room to scalp. If you're looking for a bigger move, I mean, don't get me wrong, you could still get the bigger move. I'm just saying you would have a relatively significant roadblock right there and then another potential roadblock right there. But I mean, if you're doing multiple contracts, each of these could be, where you want to lock in a bit of profit. He has me working on a weekly scale and trading options. So far, I've lost, of course. He has me learning how to chart in a 20. Yeah, that's just not what I'm doing here. This is day trading here, and I'm day trading futures. But if you're swing trading options, I don't have anything against that per se. There's some cool things that can be done with options, but yeah, options in the category of day trading, very inefficient. No bueno. Yeah, I don't think I'm interested in buying the breakout to the upside. Yeah, Daniel, that's just crazy. If it were that easy, everybody would do it, and everybody would be millionaires. So no, yeah, that is just crazy. Yes, it does not quite work like that. Yep. Why you're not doing day trading? Curious. I'm not Karma. Why swing trading? Why aren't you interested in day trading? Order waiting short at 121.50. Oh, close. Target. Oh, I was actually going to join on that one. That's not a well. At this point, too late. All right, patient traders in. Stop is 157. Okay, quite a bit of wiggle room on the stop. Makes sense. And then their target is 100 ticks. Gotcha. All right. I really don't like when people talk in ticks. I like to talk in points, but I gotcha. Hey, Dre Day, good morning. FOMC right now? What? FOMC right now? Let me check the news. Is there... Oh, maybe some speakers? Is that what you mean? Oh, yeah, just, yeah, there's a couple of speakers talking. Yep. Yeah, no, that's fair enough, Karma. Yeah. Well, at least if hang out on the live stream and you'll get a taste of what day trading's about. Just kind of hanging out here. See what it wants to do. You're nice, 22 and don't have parents, have to deal with the cards. Hey, I appreciate the hustle and grind. I appreciate that. Nothing but respect there. I didn't get into the market till like 23, so you still got me beat by a year. Hey, good morning. Relax, Aradu. So right now, kind of just waiting to see what this pennant wants to do. Some people are going to be looking at this as an ascending triangle, that's fair enough. Other people are going to be looking at this as part of kind of a bigger, broader term pattern. If I squeeze this out, then you're going to have some people basically looking at this as just kind of an overall bear pennant pattern. I'm kind of tempted to go long here, but I don't know if I want to go against Patient Trader. Patient Trader is currently short right now. Hey, Faye. Have you been spraying it? $250K counts at 157. Oh, nice. Slow and steady, Elon. Slow and steady. You got it. When you say trading futures, is that the same as trading options? No. Options is totally different. Steve, do you day trade options? Looks like consolidation. I'm also in short because of the rejection. Yeah, I hear you, Austin. Anybody that's in short right now, I don't think you're crazy at all. I see the logic. I see what you're doing. I'm clearly not quite on your comfort level. That's why I'm not doing it. But I would not accuse you of being random or crazy or anything like that. I see the logic. Your live has a great value. Well, thank you. Long. Okay, well, we notice, Sintra, how everybody else is giving exact numbers. That would be great. Well, we've already been down this route, so never mind. Never mind. I've already tried. Let's see. It's going to go down and then way up is my guess. All right, Daniel. Is there an advantage to having... Yes, there are advantages to having multiple accounts, mainly because then you can get into this part of Pan Plant, nuclear explosion growth, what is called a copy trade. So with the prop firms, you could have up to 5, or with the prop firm that I'm using recommending, you could have up to 5 accounts. And then you can do something called copy trading, which means if you make one trade for, let's just say, $1,000, but then you copied that trade to your 4 other accounts, well, then you just walked away with $5,000. Sure, you only made the one trade for $1,000, but because you copied that to the other ones, there you go, $5,000. Now, to be fair, if you lost your mind and behaved very poorly, well, then yeah, now you copied those poor decisions to 4 other accounts. But you can get very, very impressive growth with the multiple accounts. So again, with Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 what are called pro accounts, and then you can copy them, and things can escalate quickly to the person that's disciplined and knows what they're doing. So that would be what I would say is an advantage. Oh, what happened, Jim? What happened, Jim? It's still downtrending until now. I'm interested in a potential short up around here, but I need to first see it go up to this orange line, come up through it a little bit, and then come back down. Just signed up for Take Profit Trader. User code. Thank you, Dan. What account did you go with? 0 DT options is greater than futures. That is mathematically, verifiably false, Austin. Totally false. False and easy to prove. That is just... I mean, it's not even close to being hard to disprove that. That's pure nonsense. And when I say nonsense, I mean mathematically speaking. Because that's what math is. Math is logic. Because logic is just order, right? And numbers present order. So when I say it literally makes no sense, I mean mathematically, logically speaking, Austin's comment makes no sense. And it's very easy to prove that. Are the copy trades automatic? Yes. Yep. Yeah, you just it's called take or trade ovate, group some together. So yeah, you just make the one trade, and then it does the same exact thing on those 4 other accounts. Hey, do you use market or limit orders for exit? Why neighbor? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. It depends on the strategy being used. Yeah, it's awesome. Well, if you're making good trades and good decisions, it's awesome. If you're not, Jeff, you're probably like, I probably shouldn't have copy traded that one. Hey, if you are enjoying, let's get this pushed up to 100 likes. We kind of backed off a little bit, but especially on a Friday. If the interest drops off, I'm out of here. But if the interest is there, I'll keep the party going. I'll keep the streaming going. But the only way I know how to gauge whether or not there is interest is via that like button. So if you are enjoying, if you're finding value, communicate that to me. Give me some data to work with that you are enjoying by hitting that like button. Okay, so let me show you how Austin is wrong. So Austin is saying, hey, options, and he says 0 DT, which makes him even more mathematically wrong. Austin's like, options are better than futures. Okay, this is how an option works, and let's think about this. So let's say you buy an option right here. So the obvious way of how you would make money is, well, if the price goes up, so you buy, you want it to go up, of course, yeah, you make money. The obvious way that you would lose money is, well, you buy something, you want it to go up, and it goes down. Okay, so you lose money. But what about if it just goes sideways, right? If it chops around, just goes sideways. Now, the rational person is going to say, okay, well, that's neutral. You don't make any money, you don't lose any money because, well, by definition, it went sideways. Not true in options. You also lose money because there is something called theta. So let's think about this. There's 3 things that can happen after you buy, and this goes for anything, whether it's a stock, futures contract, options contract, anything. A house, the thing can go up, it can go down, or just go sideways. So, but in the world of options, 2 of the 3 things will cause you to lose money. In other words, you have a 67% chance of losing money in the world of options. Now, before all you options day traders, well, I make money day trading options. You know what? I applaud you. That's awesome. My argument, Pam's plan, is not an argument that you can't make money trading other things. It's an argument of efficiency. You are being inefficient. My question to you would be, fantastic job that you're able to make money under these circumstances. Can you imagine how much money you would make if you could get rid of that? And do you know what gets rid of that? Futures. There is no theta in futures. So why would you ever choose to throw yourself in a scenario where you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you take a trade? When you don't have to. When you don't have to because you have the futures market. So day trading options is just the most ridiculous thing I can ever think of. Made bad trades, copy trading, and started trading individually and recovered my eval. Gotcha. Well, careful, Jim. Sounds like you're maybe on a little bit of tilt watch here. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I don't know. Hopefully living a peaceful, quiet life in Iowa like I'm kind of doing right now. But it'll get even more peaceful and quiet after we build our house on the acreage we bought. But right now, I'm still in a neighborhood. So it's not quite as peaceful as I want because I'm a grumpy old guy. But 5 years from now, I wake up, I go feed the chickens. I don't eat breakfast, so I was going to say go have some nice fresh chicken, but I don't eat breakfast. Feed the chickens, come in, make some trades, hang out with my community. Who knows where the live stream will be at that point. Maybe do a little bit of a live stream. Then go out, play in the woods, play in the creek. Depending on the season, maybe do some hunting. That's what I want. I want the slow, peaceful, quiet life. That's where I hope to be. I have traded penny stocks, large caps, options, and futures. Oh yeah, futures are the best. It's just not even close. Yeah, my point, Austin, is it would work even better. It would work, mathematically speaking, better with futures. Because I don't care. I mean, that's fine. You're doing that stuff. Again, it's not an argument that what you're doing does not work. I'm just saying you're being inefficient. That life sounds amazing. Yeah, it sounds amazing to me. I'll pass on the traffic and the fancy stuff. And I mean, that's fine. Like if you want to get the fancy, if you want the beachside mansion in Miami, go for it. That's cool. But, I just want, I got 6 kids. I don't know if there's any better way to teach your kids hard work than living kind of more of a, not that I don't want to become a farmer. I do have a farm, but a farmer pays me to do the acreage. So I don't know if I want to be a farmer, but the homestead life, I kind of like that. Slow and steady. Hey, Clay, thanks for all your tea. Well, you're welcome, Francisco. If you make it to pro on 25K account with Take Route Trader and you want to upgrade it to higher tier, is that... No, nope. You are locked in at 25K. Because think about that. The test is based on certain criteria. So you don't get to pass the test on those criteria and then upgrade to another account that had a totally different test criteria. That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. So what is futures? Futures is what I'm trading right here. To preserve and grow residential income or residual income would take 25% of futures gains and putting them into king dividends. Yeah. I like dividend stocks. I'm trading that too then. Yeah. Well, Daniel, you want to make sure you do it through a prop firm. That way you have your risk covered because your future is very minimal. Your risk is only what your account costs you. Well, then, Austin, I would argue it's not the same strategy. There's something different. There's something different that you're doing. How about raw material? I mean, you could go trade. You could trade corn futures or gold futures or orange juice futures, but those ones aren't going to be moving as smoothly as this. So, I would suggest moving into, if you're moving to the futures, MNQ. Start there, and then once you get your feet wet, if you want to bump up to NQ, then go for it. Got it? And if you do well on your first account and are ready to get 2, 3, or even 5 to cap trade, you just start over on those? Correct. Correct. Exactly, Zergad. You have a precise understanding. How about S&P 500? You could do that. That would be the MES that I'd say to start off on. MES doesn't quite move as much. But yeah, a lot of people trade the MES, the ES. I don't have anything against that. But yeah, you could do that if you wanted. It's just, yeah. Right now, I realize but I don't even really see, it's just kind of a choppy mess right now. We're just inside of this pattern. The overall pattern right now is basically the top of it is right here. The bottom of it is that trend line. But just in here, it just seems like kind of a choppy mess. So right now, kind of just got to do the SOH order. Sit on hands. Whoops. And oftentimes, that is the best order to do. This SOH order, sit on hands. So what's the difference between copy trading and buy and sell more than one time? Copy trading is, well, if you're buying and selling more than one time, that's all happening within the same account. A copy trade is if you make one trade in this account, well, then it's doing that same trade at the same exact time on accounts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Assuming you do all 5 with Take Profit Trader. You don't have to do 5 accounts, but that's different. But yeah, if you just do this one trade and then you buy and buy and buy and buy, well, that's all happening here. Now, if you're doing that copy trading, then this buy here is still all, it's buy here, because whatever you're doing here is being mimicked to these other accounts. That is why I say if you make $1,000 right here, then you also made $1,000 in all these other ones, which is how you end up at $5,000 total. Look at the ES real quick. ES is actually a little bit higher, but still pretty choppy. Good questions, by the way. Good questions. Orange juice futures, that sounds like a winner. Yeah, there are some pretty crazy futures you can trade out there, but I have not ventured into really any of them. Right, yep, or lose 1,000, yep. Look at Discord. I'm kind of scared to look at Discord. Has inspired me to start drinking piping hot tea. Great for the wind, or treat the windpipes before singing. You're my boy, Cleta. Yes. Hey, almost like the same cup too. Blue and everything. Amazing. Look at this. Attaboy Frank. Blue, piping hot. Yeah. I mean, you want that stuff piping hot. If it does not make you, as it goes down, it's not hot enough. It's not hot enough. Okay. Do you see how I really didn't wince too much on that one? That means it's probably cooling down a little bit too much now at this point. You should have to visually, as it goes down. That's the secret. Especially if you're sick and have kind of a sore throat. I'm not a doctor. This is not, only is this not financial advice, this is definitely not medical advice. Okay? I'm here to entertain. I am interested in a short up here at VWAP, but I want to see how it behaves up at this area. Because I could potentially get a nice little small risk profile on it. Oh, let me go back up to... So we'll see. It's not good for your health to do that, Clay. Are you a doctor? Mammon? You're no doctor. It's great for your health. All right, we'll see if it can get. But you're just so abusable, Sintra. You just make it too easy. It's like a piñata, you know? You should change your name to Sintra the Piñata. That's what you should change your name to. Docots? Don't know. Oh, doctors. I do have a songbird-like voice, so I've got to keep my voice in check too. All right, come on. Come on, get up to that yellow line. I should probably bring my kids in. For those of you that were on the live stream yesterday, my kids were like 3 for 3 or something. It was crazy. The International Agency for Research on Cancer has classified drinking very hot beverages as a probable carcinogen. Interesting. Come on, come up a little bit more. This is also coinciding with the 5 minute. We have both the VWAP and the pink line, the 200 period moving average, both just sitting there. So I was ideally going to let it come up here, show some weakness, and then try to hop back in with a stop over the highs, but it did not quite come up high enough. Good morning, Clay and Chad. Hey, candlestick bums. You're burning your throat and the repeated healing favoring the import of cancer in the throat. Okay. All right. Well, we got to. I feel honored right now. We have a bunch of doctors that apparently are following me. Amazing. Amazing. Another good learning lesson in people not quite listening. I've said some key things that set up context. When I'm sick with a sore throat, it helps. Now, if I had said I do this 3 times a day every morning, then I hear ya. Context, folks. I think that's going to be my mission statement with this live stream, is teach people to listen to context. Because that applies a lot in trading too. Context matters. Same with speech. Now, I'm not advocating this. I'm not advocating this at all. I smoke a cigarette once a month. Hey, cigarettes cause you're going to get cancer. You're going to get cancer. I smoke a cigarette 14 times a day. Now, in my mind, context has changed this. One of those persons probably needs to hear about cigarettes giving you cancer. The other person probably doesn't. Which person do you think? Based on, if you listen closely, there's a little bit of context that goes into that. I don't care if scalding hot tea is proven to cause cancer. Because I do it when I'm sick with a sore throat, which is, I don't know. Well, I don't know. With all my kids now, it happens probably a little more often. But still, very, very little. G-Boss, is this a trade? Well, G-Boss, give me a trade. So this is what G-Boss would like. He would like me to be trading literally every second of the day, or to just sit here in silence while we wait for a setup to come. Long NQ, it's running. Yeah, running against you. You got to be kidding me. You can't make this stuff up. Long NQ, it's running. What do you, yeah, it's, did you mean short? That's got to be a typo, G-Boss. See, this is why you should never listen to the people that, why aren't you trading? Because sometimes you just got to wait as a trader. You can't be trading every 3 seconds. Now he's saying go short. So watch this thing bounce back up. So that summarizes right here. He would have been long and now he's short just like that. He's a spastic trader. That's why most people fail. They think they've got to be making trades every 2 seconds. And if you're not making trades every 2 seconds and you're just kind of shooting the breeze while you wait for something to develop, what are you talking about? Why aren't you I thought this was a trading stream. That was hilarious, though. Long NQ. So, okay, he said that was earlier. So he said, well, I guess he meant long NQ up here. And now look at this thing. Yeah, no thanks, G-Boss. That's a good example of why I'm not going to just trade every 2 seconds. Done for the day. Made my profit. I'm here to hang with you. Well, then, get ready to talk about a bunch of random stuff. Because that's what we talk about here while we wait, while we're patient. As I talked about before, I am still interested in a potential double bottom. As I explained earlier, history has proven that there are some buyers down there. Now, the only unknown here is this. Are those buyers still there? Nobody knows the answer to that. That is why stop losses exist. But if it wants to come down there, I'm willing to give it a try. G-Bros, I'm not really interested in all the hindsight trading. Not a good start when you show up out of nowhere and be like, go long, it's running when the price is right there, and then I see this. One good trade a day is plentiful. That is true. That is true. I know, y'all, or some of these people are just like, hot tea, you're going to get cancer. It's like, well, yeah, maybe if I said I was doing it like every single morning. People's got to listen. Context matters. Let's talk about how BMWs are ugly cars. I'm not really a car guy, so I really don't know. I will say I rode in a Tesla a couple weeks ago. That was awesome. I'll give credit where credit's due. But really can't justify, or hard to justify a Tesla when you have 6 kids. And even the biggest one wouldn't fit them all. Or then we'll just get a commuter car for when you drive around. Yeah, but I work from home, so I don't really drive around that much. Then we're going to live on like a gravel road. It's always going to be dirt. I don't know. So I do like the Tesla. If you have one, hey, it makes more sense now after riding in one. Yeah, I mean, that's true, Austin. But as I always say here, if you're going to play the could, might, or maybe game, you'll never take a trade in your life. You'll also probably never leave your house. Because if you leave your house, you could get hit by a train. But then again, if you stay at your house, a plane maybe falls out of the sky and drops on you. So I don't know. Playing the could or maybe game, sketchy territory. Life is a game of risk management. So is trading. Yeah, or you could get cancer. That's too true. Yeah, with my tea. So I am not a trader with a Lambo. No. Nope. Not really my thing. I got a tractor, though. A Ford F-150. I have a GMC 1500, I think. What is that? What's the GMC? Sierra? Is that a Sierra? Yeah, I think a Sierra. Or is that no. Who's a Silverado? Who makes a Silverado? Is that Ford? No. Ford is the F1. Who does a Silverado? Chevy. Chevy does the Silverado, right? All right. Is it going to bounce from this area? Makes sense why it's putzing around here, but like I said, I want to see it come down more. Yes, Chevy. Thank you. Yeah, I did not know that, Mass Wayne. When I first was like, I got a tractor, people like, a Lamborghini? And I'm like, no, I said a tractor. They're like, hey, Lamborghini makes tractors. And I was like, oh, really? And I had no idea. So I learned something on that day. But no, I got my tractor's green. GMC Sierra. Yeah, I have a GMC Sierra, like a 2017. There's actually a video on my, never mind, that's funny. This was a fun one to make, actually. I better keep that up. I better keep that up, brother. I know, G-Boss, this is going to infuriate him. Put on a trade. What is this? What are we watching here? What is this? Entertainment, G-Boss. So sit back and get entertained, boy. So right here. This was fun. I went and, man, the channel's been around so long. This video was like 8 years ago. I don't know if that's, it's got to be, though. But yeah, so that was a fun one. Went and test drive. Sitting there negotiating. I took him. Yeah, I took him to the woodshed. Then I gave a shout out. There's driving home. Look at that, driving home. I can't remember how we did that shot. Yeah. Anyways. Oh yeah, there it is. There's driving to the house. The house is back there. Look at these camera angles. Unbelievable. This is like Hollywood right there. That's like pure Hollywood. But yeah, that was 8 years ago. I'll drive that thing till the wheels fall off, so. Funny. Okay, so true story though. We got our other our SUV. What is it? A Ford Expedition, something like that. I don't know. Ford something. The SUV. 2020. I don't know, when COVID was starting to kind of ramp up, kind of sort of. But that funny story here. This was like one of the few times it's ever happened to me. But I'm sitting there talking to the salesman. Clay trader. And I'm thinking, it's one of those things where like, did I just hear clay trader? Clay trader. And I look. Yeah? Oh, man. I watch your channel. Hey, long story short, he was the sales manager. So I got direct access, man. He pulled out. He was like, listen, man. He's showing me all the data. He's like, that's literally what we bought it for. At this point, we got to do this. So I was talking to him in like trading lingo. I was like, man, I'm sitting on the bid. I'm sitting on the bid right here. Lower your offer. Come down to me. Hit me on the bid. So he totally got it. I was just straight up using level 2 language with him. So we got we got literally the best deal possible that they could have done at that moment. So that was cool. That was cool. And then there's been a couple other people that have recognized me from YouTube, but it's been like a handful. So, but that was always that was a fun one. That was where it was like, wow, that actually really benefited me to know not just the salesman, but the sales manager at a dealership. Long story short, I think he was trading futures even back then. And he was like, yeah, I trade futures, or I'm trying to. I'm like, oh yeah, I don't really do the futures thing. What was the halt level? I didn't quite go that far. All right, I got to stop talking. Let's see. No, I do not want NQ. Oh boy. That could have been not pleasant. All right. Buy. Let's see what happens. Wait, nope, that was wrong. What am I doing? Sell stop. There we go. There we go. Mark is such a, I don't even know why he's a mod. Dude literally wants me to blow up my accounts every day. All right. G-Boss is, I think I might know who G-Boss is. They're getting borderline and obnoxious here. A bloodbath is what it would have been. How do I identify bias before a market start? Well, that's a very open question. So I would say you just have a lot to learn, because somebody that's going to trade on the 5-minute time frame is going to potentially have a different bias than somebody that's trading on the daily or the weekly time frame. I think it may be, my man. I think it may be. Uh-huh, Mark. Uh-huh. Man, what's up with today and all the armchair quarterbacks? How does that work? Sometimes the algorithm, it's like, is YouTube so good that it's just like it knows who armchair quarterbacks are, and it's like, let's drive them to the live stream today. We got Irfan Jr. saying, buy now. Okay. Once more, just as a reminder, I don't really have problems with people like wanting to like call out trades or whatever, but what is going to give you the max credibility and it's just going to offer the most value is if you tell us where your entry is, where your stop is, and where your target is before the price gets down to those levels. But like if you come and show, hey, I bought here and I sold up there. It's like, okay, I mean, maybe you did, but hopefully you can understand our skepticism of, or are you just saying that because you're totally trading in hindsight? But if you can tell us, if you're in the chat room and mapping out like, hey, when the price was, let's just say right here, and you're saying, I'm going to buy here and my target's right here, and, my stop loss is down here, then at that point, like when you say all this stuff, when the price is still right there, all right, that's some good stuff. But like, so that's going to be the most respected way to, make a comment about trading is just map everything out. Probably because that ain't normal, someone to talk to you like that. Yeah, I don't know. Even if you are not into cars, if you could have any car, which one would you like to have? I mean, I like having a truck. I guess if it's got to be a car, I don't know. I guess I would just say a Tesla because that's what I've ridden in most recently, and Tesla was pretty cool. If it's got to be a car. But if it can be a vehicle, I like having a truck. I do need to extend this out. I could see this trend line here playing a role as maybe a back test area. So we'll see if it wants to come back down. Again, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. I will stream for as long as there's interest, and I gauge interest via what that like button is doing. So we're kind of stagnant. So if you are enjoying, if you want the live stream to continue, then you can demonstrate that interest that you are enjoying, that you're entertained, that you're learning by hitting that like button. So if you have not done that yet, please do so. Any interest in the 2500 GMC? Looks maybe. Hi, do you think a double bottom could be forming? Yeah, that's actually what I'm looking to potentially play, is a double bottom. Now, will it ultimately play out? I don't know, but you missed 5681. All right, well, good try, Hoover, Flag Trader. Good try. Sometimes that's the way it goes. That's how it goes sometimes, Hoover. It happens. If only you could get them all. If only you could win or get filled in every single trade. Well, I suppose there are some trades where like, I'm glad I didn't get filled on that one. 97 Honda Accord, my first car, paid cash. Beautiful. 2700 lasts me 5 years, great value. Well, James, I hope you still pay cash for your cars because there's nothing worse that I can think of is paying interest on something that is a depreciating asset. That's almost as bad as day trading options. But personal wealth building, personal financial torture is like paying interest on a depreciating asset. Goodness. No thanks. How many MNQ can you buy in a 50K? Let's go take a look. 50K, 60. You could get up to 60 right there. Yeah, but it's not really 0%. That's like somebody saying it's free shipping. It's like, well, no, they just have the shipping costs baked in. So like that's just, from a You could sell something for $5 plus $5 in shipping, or you could sell it for $10 for free shipping. Well, because if you know the cost is $5, just bake it in. So that's how all that 0% interest stuff works. It's like the same thing as free shipping. Good one, Clay. Depreciation option. I would never buy a car with a car payment, period. I have never had a car payment, and I never will. No, thank you. I'm trying to build wealth. Do take profit allowed scalping? Yes, Ryan, they do. You need to get a Lamborghini SUV like me. No, I'll pass on that. I'll pass. Why in the world do I need a Lamborghini living in the country of Iowa? I don't. I'm just trying to live a simple life, folks. I want to prove that we can keep some chickens alive. That may be good. Has anybody ever had goat milk? It was really good. So I'd like to try goats at some point. Goat milk is legit. But first, we got to prove that we can keep chickens alive. Oh, you dirty, dirty rat. Now it's bouncing. I just wanted you to come down here. That's all I asked. Just down to this area. You just wouldn't quite do it. Yes, the country of Iowa. Meaning I live out in the country lands, not in like Des Moines, which would be the city of Iowa, but the country of Iowa. Was that the most clear, grammatically clear statement I could have said? Probably not, but I would argue TPT encourages scalping as yeah, I'd agree with that, Mark. Yep. My parents used to take out a loan to buy the car and get no interest the whole way paying. Yeah, my point is this. It's not 0% interest. It's like saying, I got free shipping. No, you didn't. You still paid for shipping. They just baked the shipping cost into the purchase price, right? Let's just do this. We're all a business owner. We're having a meeting. We're selling an object for $10, and we know that our shipping cost is going to be $5, okay? So we have a choice. It's like, okay, we can sell that for $10 plus, just tell the people, plus $5 shipping. We could do it that way. Or else we could just sell this for $15 and then offer people free shipping. People like free stuff. You know? So if it were my business, that's how I would do it. Sure it is. I mean, do whatever you want. I know what's worked for me. I know what's had me debt-free for a long time. I'm not interested in having any debt. But Clay, you could play arbitrage. You could just borrow money at 2%. Yeah, I did that game already. I'm good. I like to sleep at night. Not another person with a fake rented or CG land. Who knows? Who knows? Do whatever you want. I know, like, the quickest way to create, like, fist fights is to get into, like, the debate of cars and car payments and all that sort of stuff. I know where I stand. I know what's worked for me. All I can say is I really enjoy being debt-free and having zero payments. Am I doing the most efficient thing on the spreadsheet? I'm not. But there's two types of math that I've discovered. There's spreadsheet math, and then there's real-world math. Spreadsheet math, yeah. You could do all this and this and lever yourself up in debt and this, and this, and like you can get a maximal ROI. But what that's not showing you is then the practical math of you're stressed out. All it takes is one little hiccup and things can spin out of control. So you're always kind of worried about that. So I choose real life math of no stress, of peace, sleeping easy at night, because I don't have any single payments. If you want to play in the world of perfect spreadsheet math, fine. I like the world of practical math. Yeah, plus stress can lead to cancer. So what are you doing? Like, I swear, or to be fair to Gahandre, maybe they said that before I'd gone through it. Yeah, I accept. You could look at my personal net worth and strategy, and you could be like, Clay, you're not doing it like you could. Because you could be doing this and this credit card, and you could be doing this loan and leveraging this at 3% interest, and then go get this because it pays 8%. I'm well aware. I'm well aware of the spreadsheet math. My point here is that spreadsheet math does not bake in the psychology that comes with it. Of stress, of, well, what if? So I'm willing to sacrifice not having the perfect spreadsheet math for the practical math of peace of mind, of sleep, all that sort of stuff. I got Handra. I literally just answered that, man. Come on now. All right, this is a short. If it wants to come down there, I'll put my stop up here. Tough trading today for you, Levi. Hey, just manage that risk. Doesn't want to officially roll over here. Let's see. Got to first hit that red line. If it doesn't, well, it'll be a losing trade. I'll still be green on this account. And that's what I care most about. I'm in. Tick one off there. See if it wants to come down some more. Take one off there. Let's move my stop loss down. Let's make sure this is a winning trade. Let's get it in front. Move it down some more. There we go. Hey, G-Boss, can you change your name to Inverse Yoda? You are my little Yoda. If I do the opposite of what you say, I'm learning that I'll be making money. So G-Boss, change your name to Inverse Yoda. Thank you in advance. It's grinding up, no short, as I just make some quick cash there. Inverse Yoda, change the name, please. You're still required to pay that back. It's money going out every month. Correct. Exactly, James. Exactly. Yep. Okay. So G-Boss, I'm going to ban you, and here's why. I've given G-Boss plenty of time to kind of prove that he's a total troll. No, I did not make 18 because G-Boss, that number was actually down in the red. So the fact that you don't know that and it just shows that you're just flapping your lips. So you're gone. Man, that's our first ban in a while. But like I said, I like to give people plenty of rope to hang themselves, and that was the final bit of rope. Again, you only made $18. No, well, that was in the red. So I recovered all the red plus some. Well, you only made this amount. Yeah, because it's a Friday afternoon. I'm not looking to take massive risks. They're going to send me green. I don't want to ruin my weekend. So yeah, lower risk comes with potentially lower rewards. That's okay. That's a problem. People like G-Boss, I mean, I get it. G-Boss is probably like early 20, maybe in his teens. He likes to watch Jersey Shore. He's probably got like some gold chains, some slick back hair. He's trying to be a baller. He thinks it's all about throwing up huge, massive wins. And anybody that doesn't is a loser because they're not throwing up huge wins. Notice how nowhere in his vocabulary has anything to do with risk management. No thoughts of risk management, no thoughts of controlling risk. And I get why. That stuff is boring to talk about. But that's actually the key. And that's what I'm focused on. I don't care about how much I could make or am making. I care about, if I'm wrong, how much am I going to lose on this thing? That's what I care about, because that's what's going to keep me green on the day. That's what's going to keep me from going on tilt. And that's my style. So yes, if you're here because like you're waiting for me to just go degen mode and start YOLOing, you're on the wrong channel. The biggest compliment I ever get is, Clay, you're a boring trader. Like, thank you. Good. Because, yeah, people that manage risk, care about risk, they are going to be a little boring. Chili. I was wondering if anybody was going to. Dre Day. Chili, what that is. I was wondering who would get that reference. Like, hey, but Dre Day and Chili with Chili, what that is. Does that reference, did that help add to what I was trying to say? You get what I'm saying? I want to see G-Boss trade history. You can see it. Like, you could scroll up above. Literally, his first thing was, what's this channel? Why aren't you buying? And he's like, and I'm kidding you not. You can't make this stuff up. His first comment was like, ND long, it's grinding up. And it was like right there when he made that comment. I kid you not. So right there, it's like, okay, this guy, but he just kept it up. Wall Street, bets mentality cracks me up. Clay, admit you love Jersey. Oh, man, that show, I never watched it, but I remember it being so popular. I remember it being just crazy popular. It is boring because it is real trading, not Ferrari car behind you. People like to be scammed. Yeah, you know. Kind of, it is what it is. Plus, if you walk in, okay, some people are still going back. And yeah, I like it, though. I like people having a respectful conversation back and forth. I applaud that. That's good stuff. I don't see anybody losing their control. I don't see any ad hominem attacks. That's great. People are addressing ideas. So that's fantastic. Looks like some people are agreeing to disagree, and I love it. I love it. Because it can be done. Very good job, chat box. Very good job. Yeah, I knew some of you old crusty guys would get the Jersey Shore reference. I do realize I'll be like, wait, what? Huh? I knew a few of you would get it. Beginner traders don't get how boring trading should be. It is why I am here. Plus, I'm learning something new. Thanks, patient. Yeah, exactly. And like, because I'm a trader, but because I am also a businessman, like, it's a weird balance. Because, yeah, there's sometimes like, you know what? Maybe I should just like go the, money, dollar, dollar, dollar. But it's like, no. Maybe my business will never grow as big as some other ones. But that's okay. Because at least, it is what it is. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Doing pretty good. Clay, if you were a Jersey Shore loyalist, you would be changing your shirt every 2 hours t-shirt. Oh, man. What was the girl's name that was really Potsy, Punzi? Pookski? What was the little short one? She was a little bit more plump. What was her name? Didn't it start with a P? Pookski? Who was that? Snooky, that's it, Snooky, yeah. Man, we got some old crusty people in here. Not you, Jillian, though. Any lady, you're not old and crusty. You're as young and beautiful as you've always been. But us guys, yeah, we're old and crusty, okay? So anybody that understands that reference. If you're in the category of a woman, then yes, you are young and as beautiful as you've ever been. But yeah, if you're in the category of dude, yeah, you're old and crusty like me. No need to thank me for spitting the facts, Jillian. I'm just here to report the facts. That's all. That's all. I'm just a simple man trying to report the facts. All right. I'm still... I should probably reduce position size. This does have me a little leery. These highs keep getting lower and lower. So if this thing comes up and puts in another lower high and then comes down here, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to hold up. I'll still try it for a double bottom, but I'm getting leerier and leerier as this kind of slowly moves its way back down here. Cabs are here. Totally forgot the Jersey Shore. Snooky, yes. Icon, unfortunately. You know, but to be fair to, like, nowadays, like, us old crusty people are like, do you see what these kids are looking at? Like, these kids are, like, looking at, like, we look at the icons of today and just shake our heads. But, like, you're right. Like, what does that say about us? Like, one of the icons was Snooki. Like, what? So, I mean, we got to be very careful with how we, like, look down upon. What generation is it right now? Are we past millennials? What was it? Was it Gen Z that everybody's, like, spitting on now? Wow, KC. Good to see ya. Life got in the way and had to lay trade. Hey, well, I hope things have shifted for the better for you, Casey, but I appreciate the update. It's good to see you. I enjoy these live streams. I hope you continue them. Yeah, right now I'm having fun, and the likes remain strong. So as I've said, as long as I know people are enjoying, and I just mean that from an overarching standpoint. Like, now I'm at the point where if we can't even hit 200 likes, then it becomes like, I don't know, is something fading? Is something wrong? Are people losing interest? So on that note, if you are enjoying and you haven't hit the like button, the goal is to get up to 200 likes here. Not necessarily in the next, 10 minutes or anything, but just as a general rule, the stream length goes and is based upon people's interest levels, and people's interest levels is gauged on that like button. So if you do still have a like and have not used it, make sure you do that. Thank you for being live. This is my first red day since my combine, so this is comforting. Oh yeah. We all... There's two types of traders, those that have red days and liars. All right, I'm going to take this short here. Whoops. Stop right above here. Only one because this is, if it pushes up, nope, never mind. Okay, risk profile changed too much, never mind. And by the way, if I miss one of your comments or messages, that's not intentionally or anything like that. One thing I'd buy out of the maybe is gap. Gotcha. All right, now we're getting the bounce back up. Big Daddy Sitch was she? Oh yeah, I don't get that. Like I said, I never watched it. I just remember it being a show and it being a. Like, if there's anybody here from the Jersey Shore, I bet we get along just fine. But I have no experience with anybody from the Jersey. So let me put it this way: my perception of people from New Jersey is Jersey Shore, which I realize is straight up like irrational on my end. So that's just what I think of. I default to like that, but I'm sure if anybody here is in New Jersey or from New Jersey, I bet we could find some common ground and have a good quality conversation. Oh, that situation is that? Yeah, that was to do with the abs, right? Was that the abs guy? Is this your life wealth? Is this your life wealth? I don't understand that question. Or are you making money by working or something like that? Yeah, you're going to have to provide a little bit more context. How long do you usually trade a day? Usually 90 minutes at the very most. But now that I've gotten to live streaming, I've turned myself in kind of an afternoon trader. So now I do a little bit more. Man, you lost weight. Yeah, I did. Yep. I went through a bit of a clay. What's going on? I mean, I played sports, a ton of sports growing up. So I was always in pretty good shape. But then, yeah, you hit certain ages, that metabolism slows down a little bit, and you look yourself in the mirror and say, boy, what happened to you? And that's what happened to me. He ain't lying. Nice to see you after a long time. Well, Jay-Z, I'm not quite sure who you are, but it's good. It's good to see you, too. It sounds like we've seen each other in the past. Bro, I think the trend is up. Well, then go long. I'm asking if you are working or you are making money only from trading and market. So you basically can live off that money and don't work. I think what you're asking is, am I a full-time trader? Or do I have to like do this to make money? Do you stretch at all? I should. I should stretch. I should. And do you still trade any stocks? No, day trading stocks is pure and utter garbage. Mathematically, it makes 0 sense compared to futures. Day trading stocks makes no sense. But anyways, what was that? Yuval? No, I am not a full-time trader. I've never been a full-time trader. I personally don't think full-time traders exist. Before you go and tell me, well, I know so-and-so and they're a full-time trader. Yeah, who's that? And then you name me somebody with like a YouTube channel or a social media account or something. It's like, no, they're not a full-time trader. They clearly are making money in other ways, which is good. I don't fault them at all. I mentioned this earlier, but every wealthy person I've ever studied has one thing in common. They have many streams of income. So I think it's an anti-efficient goal to be like, I want to be a full-time trader. Well, no, I think I would argue the goal should be, I want to be a full-time income stream creator. So that's why I always say, if you are here and you have a full-time job, I know some people almost like look down on that, like you're not a real trader because you have a full-time job. It's like, what are you talking about? They have two streams of income, or they have a stream of income, their job, and they're working on creating another stream of income. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. But no, I have no shame at all, especially now, 6 kids. No, if literally the only thing I did is my only income stream was day trading, the pressure would crush in on me. I would not be able to handle it. No way. That is another reason why I say I think full-time trading as a goal is silly, because the pressure is just going to get to you. But multiple streams of income alleviate that pressure. But if you're trading because literally your mortgage payment is on the line, okay. Like I said, I've never met a full-time trader. I've met a lot of people where trading is a stream of income, but they have several other streams of income. Yeah, but so yes, no. My goal has never been, I want my only stream of income to be trading. So yes, I guess per you, I am working right. I mean, I wouldn't call it working because I'm enjoying this, but yes, I am making money from this. Absolutely. Code Clay. I started trading futures back in November. My community finally convinced me. You always want a side hustle or a job. It makes like, exactly, Master Wayne. It's just multiple streams of income. And I'm saying, you don't have to trust me. Just go study wealthy people. But I'll offer you, I'll ruin the surprise. So spoiler alert. Don't take my word for it. Go study wealthy people and you'll notice they have many streams of income. Look at any successful business. Do they have just one stream of income? No. Many streams of income. So that's why the culture I'm trying to create, and I've always tried to create, and I will continue to try to create on the live stream, is I want a culture of not full-time anything, or yes, not full-time traders. I want full-time income stream creators. Get out there. Pick up a side hustle. I don't know if Jim's here right now, but one of the people who's a mod here, this morning he's out driving a truck delivering wood before his normal job so he can pay for his eval accounts in the prop firm. Multiple streams of income, right? That's good stuff. That's hustling. That's grinding. That's what I'm all for. A 9-to-5 gets you nowhere? I completely disagree with that. A 9-to-5 is an income stream. And that income stream you could leverage into other things. So I 100%, with all due respect, disagree that a 9-to-5 gets you nowhere. No, a 9-to-5 is getting you income. Now, if you spend that income as fast as it comes in on just ridiculous things, then yeah, the 9-to-5, well, I mean, it's still getting you something because it's giving you the ability to waste your money on frivolous things. But at least you're spending money on frivolous things. All right, Gahandre, last warning, because I'm putting this as a policy too. Don't gaslight. Like, I am totally chill. I would assume you must not have played sports growing up, but I can assure you, as anybody that can relate here that has played sports, by no means am I not chill. Just because somebody raises their voice a little bit, gets a little passionate about something, does not mean they're all of a sudden not chill. Okay? So final warning, don't gaslight. A 9-to-5 alone doesn't get, yes, yeah. Because you know what? A 9-to-5 alone is what? One stream of income. Exactly, James. Exactly. YV. Culture of degenerates. Come on, apes. Let's diamond hand this. Yes. Stop losses are for losers. Hey, Simone, I like it. Look at that. Look at that. That's how you put up well, let me say, limit buy 2100. All right. Simone, I'm going to look at this. Let's bring this into the chat right now. Like, this is like I mentioned earlier, talk your trading. Make a call. That's fine. But like that right there, that is how, I mean, now this person could be wrong, but I would still have nothing but respect for them because at least they put their hat in the ring. 19,980 in 32 minutes. I don't know what that means. You were just saying one source of income is no good. Correct. Correct. That is what I was saying. And then somebody said, but a 9 to 5 gets you nowhere. And I was like, no, a 9 to 5 is a stream of income. That can get you somewhere. Now, maybe you meant a 9 to 5 job as your only stream of income gets you nowhere. If that's what you meant, then I agree. But that's not what you said. So what James said is much better. A 9 to 5 alone doesn't get you as far. No, that's not what you said. A 9 to 5 is not whack. A 9 to 5 as your only stream of income is whack. But a 9 to 5 as part of an multi-income stream strategy is good. Yeah, it is what I said. No, I'm going to go back up here. Are you gaslighting me again? Yeah, right. Your first thing that I was disagreeing with was right here. Right here. So, why did I do that one? That's not what... Oh, there you go. That is a comment I was disagreeing with. A 9 to 5 gets you nowhere. Now that you've provided more clarity, I understand what you meant by that. All I'm saying is that was a statement I was understanding of. So it goes back to my kind of talking point earlier. Clarity, man. Clarity is so important to a conversation. Provide context. How long can you hold a futures contract for? Well, if you're doing Pam's Plant, which is day trading futures through a prop firm, then at least with the one that I'm using to recommend, you cannot hold overnight. So you can hold it up until 5 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, that's fair, Drew. Even that's kind of, yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, well said, Casey. 9 to 5 helps make the dream work. Exactly. Take your exactly. Take your paycheck. Do just one hand of pay blackjack. That's the way to go. Rough day today. Well, sorry to hear that, Pair Wiser. Hopefully you're managing risk. I'm going to get my 5,600 stimmy check because a YouTube ad said it was owed to me, and I will use it to buy E-mini. Sounds good, Rick. That sounds like the $1 million plan right there. I trade futures using the hour candlesticks. The market will close at 5 p.m. today. Correct. It will close at 5 p.m. Eastern time today, and it will not open back up until Sunday at 6 p.m. If you are keeping 6 kids alive, you can keep goats alive. I appreciate the vote of confidence there. 5 accounts gone. Well, on the bright side, Pairwiser, at least they were prop firm accounts. Can you imagine if those accounts were all with your own money? That would have been rough. All right, sounds good, Gahandre. Sounds like you have some streams of income. I don't know if some of those streams will, put you in jail. I don't know where you live or whatever, but I guess I would put a little contingency on that. Make sure your streams of income do not put like a jail threat over your head. Clay, thoughts on China tariff talks tomorrow in Switzerland? Probably nothing comes out of it. People in my area lease their goats to clear land. Oh, that's interesting. I think I've heard of that before. Maybe. I don't know. Are we finally going to get this moved down to here? I have fire Frenchies. I don't know what fire Frenchies are. I'm assuming they're a dog. Everything is legal. Okay, good. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. All right, all right, right. All right, we finally going to put this double bottom area to the test, as I've been talking about. Previously, it's become very clear there have been buyers down there before. The question right now is, are those buyers still down there? I don't know, but I'm willing to take a risk on it. So my entry point is that green line. People in my area sell goats after being made into beer. I don't know what that is. Clay. No, hey, Denver, I have a huge bone to pick with you. I have a huge bone to pick with you. What was it, last Saturday or a couple Saturdays ago? I asked you about some questions trying to explain something to you, and I went to like a 15-minute explanation. And then I was like, does that make sense, Denver? And you were just gone. You're just gone. That was wild. I was like, I can't wait till if he ever shows back up again. That was crazy. Man, seriously, dude, I spent like 15, 20 minutes like going step by step about how your situation could improve. And then at the end, I was like, hey, man, does that make sense? Is everything? And no response. You had just left. That was like top 3 craziest moments so far on the live stream history. So I guess kind of congrats to you for cracking that top 3 list. We all know who top 1 is, but how do I remember? Because it was such a crazy situation. That's how I remember that one. Down bad, man, but I understand. Yeah, I guess my point, Pairwiser, is it would have been you'd be down a whole lot more had it been your own money. I'm not going to disclose the top 3. Number 1 is pretty obvious. Denmere is probably like number 3. What number 2 is, I don't know. We'll keep that slot open. You are very entertaining, but you're also a good trader. Well, it depends on who you ask. G. Bross was not impressed. Are you not entertained? Name the movie. There's a movie trivia for the week. That's okay, AB. Typos happen. But yeah, Denver did me dirty. Bad. Bad. And then he's still asking about stocks. So he clearly, I guess he said his phone died, which is unfortunate. Hey, if you have not hit that like button yet, let's push this up over 150 likes. I'm getting a little nervous here that we're not even going to be able to hit the 300 or the 200 like mark. So if you are enjoying, if you're entertained, if you want to keep the live stream going, we got to keep that like button moving, especially on kind of on a Friday, because I'll cut this shorter than normal if people are not interested. So if you are interested, if you are enjoying, and you have not yet hit the like button, make sure you do that. That'll keep this thing going. No, just Gladiator, not Gladiator 2. Well, I don't know. I have not seen Gladiator 2, so maybe he said in that one too. So Denver, are you day trading futures yet? Just asking, do you do giveaways? Thank you, 150K. I might do giveaways in the future, but really a giveaway, giving away a TPT account, not the greatest thing because you still have to pay the activation fee. So it's actually more expensive to get a TPT account right now. Denver, that's okay. My friend, that was are you day trading futures yet? Was the question. Futures definitely much better than options. Yes, yes. I think you should give me a Bitcoin. It's in the mail. Check your email, Mark. It's there. If it's not in your inbox, it's in your spam folder. All right, Denmere. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure there's much I can do for you, friend. Well, let me ask this. Is anybody here where you would like to be a day trader, you would like to be able to buy and sell as much as you want every single day, but you don't have $25,000? If that is you, how much money do you have right now? I'm curious. Because maybe I can turn this into an educational lesson that I shared with Denmar, even though he didn't hear any of it. Yeah, Denmar, you're being ridiculous. You're taking on so much risk. Versus Ace, you're already day trading futures, so I'm not necessarily talking about you. I guess I didn't specify that. I tried with you, Denmar. You just don't want to have it. You want to continually be completely oblivious to the risk and you want to gamble. That's fine. I know your response right now is, yeah, Clay, but I'm making money. Yes. Until one of those crashes on you and then you give up all your... Until this happens. So, Denmar, this was exactly what happened. Or that will eventually happen. So this was on a video, somebody talking about what you're doing, small caps, low floats, blah, blah, blah. Just happened to me this week. I'm a beginner and thought I was just getting there. Profit was good for the month, throwing in 100. I bumped up my capital and usage and lost very big, about 60% from where I entered. Very disheartening. Yes, small cap stocks, low float, all those stocks, they can move. They can move very big, but all it takes is one and boom, 60% gone, just like that. You have no actual downside risk protection. All right, will be like, it will, so you're all in, huh, Denmar? Now he's saying it will be. Another pet peeve. No, it's not will be. It might be, it could be. Maybe you think it's got the potential, but don't say it will be. Because that would imply there's a guarantee in the market. But Denmar is just, yeah. Basically, he's a pumper. He's been hanging out on some sort. So yeah. So where are you getting the Kool-Aid from? Are you in like a Reddit message board? Are you on StockTwits Reddit board or StockTwits little like where are you getting all this from? Just got to know when to get in. All right, let's move on. He is treading on. Yeah, he's yeah. We've all said our piece, so after he gets kicked in the teeth and give backs all his gains, maybe loses his account, he'll remember who tried to warn him. But some people are just so thick-skulled that it's just, you can't make any progress. I got 300K, but I don't want to take it out of my T-bills to experiment with, so prop firms make sense in the experimental phase. Yeah, no, okay. I was going to say, what, you can't take out a little bit for the prop firm, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, just got to know when to get in. Exactly. Spoken like a true gambler, which is all he's done. But, I mean, we're not going to talk any sense into him because in his mind, we're all haters because he's in there. But my thing's up over 100%. You guys are just mad. It's like, okay, we try to warn you. Same thing is true. I've been through so many cycles, right? I remember the marijuana stocks when they went boom. You try to tell people, yeah, you're a degenerate. Yeah, you're gambling. Yeah, you're getting lucky. Hater. Are you up 200%? Well, no. Well, then you're hating on me. Shut your mouth. It's like, okay. And then you never hear from those people again. Is there a difference between a numbskull and a thick skull? Ooh, that's like an Aristotle type question. Yeah, we won't. In fact, I'm just going to delete that out, Stusher, just because yeah. That whole thing is like a shame. Oh my goodness. I can't. So this is the stuff that makes me just want to like quit live streaming. Again, if you, there's no context, but I to think that I poured on a Saturday morning, it had been 15, 20 minutes into trying to help out Denmark, and then to see all of this, it's like, that's the stuff that's like, what, is this live streaming even worth it? Like, I chose to spend time away from my kids so I could try to help this just absolute degenerate that did not listen to anything and is still, it's just like, I don't know. That's just, like, I'll be honest. Like, real talk, that's so discouraging. Because despite what, I get it. Like, Clay, you say you want to help people, but you just want to help people so that they buy your stuff. And fair enough. Like, I'm not saying that I'm like an innocent angel and I'm doing this all strictly out of the kindness of my heart. But I can say, like, there is, like, I do like to coach and teach. There is a genuine, like, I do like to help people. It's kind of cool to see. But then you see, and you try to help the Denmars, and it's just like, oh, what a waste of my time that was. So yes, I'll try to stay positive. But again, just being straight up, like, as somebody that does actually genuinely want to help people, when you see stuff like that, it's like, it's very disheartening. It's very discouraging. Clay, can TPT pay out to my friend's PayPal because I don't have one? Probably not. I doubt it. I mean, maybe. I don't know how they would do that. I wouldn't think so. But why don't you just get a PayPal? JVax. Yeah, thanks. I love when people are here and they're broke and they can't be a day. Denmar's having to do what he's got to do because he's broke. He doesn't know what he's doing. And now he's all of a sudden, he's lecturing all us. Charting is good, but you have to take into matter other factors. Okay. I like it when broke people start to lecture us that have, not that I know anything because I've been doing it for a while, but I've done enough stupid things to know that I'm doing some things right. Because if I just do the opposite of the many stupid things I've done, I know they're right. And here we have Denmark. But I got to just ignore him. Shame, a shame. Just disheartening. He said, I'll never deny being a businessman at heart. I don't know what that's in reference to. You should do it, Seth. You should do it. Weird question. Say you make it past the eval and you are in the sim account. Do you pay taxes on what you make? Only what you withdraw. Only what they send to your bank account. That's a good question. Short back test of 2-minute tread line targeting lows above, stop above 100s. Roger that. Clay's a genuine, positive, and helpful person trader. If you have watched him, well, thank you, Brian. That's kind of you. Some of you did say, hey, I'd like to be a day trader, but I can't. Okay, and both these people are like, you have $5,000. So yeah, that's watch your YouTube clips. First time I've seen you live. Well, welcome to the live stream, Seth. Good to have you. Good to have you. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this right here. I'm actually now gonna try a short down through this, but my entry. I don't know. Do I just hop in right? It could still very easily bounce. Clay, when you said you aren't a perfect angel. Well, yeah. If I would be lying if I said I was doing all this strictly out of the pure goodness of my heart. It's like, no, there's a business aspect to it too. But I do think some people, like, they literally like have zero passion for helping people. They just want like, it's 100% business for them. But I do have a genuine passion of helping people, which is why things like Denmark is just discouraging. Because you spend so much time and it's like, oh wow, I just devoted 20 minutes on a Saturday to helping a degen. I mostly trade, but might have to pivot as I am struggling way over PDT issue. Well, Seth. So if I'm understanding right, Seth, you would like to be able to buy and sell as much as you want. Denmer, if you think I'm going to pull up your garbage stock, you must think that I own beachfront property in Iowa. Hey, McLovin, I just answered that. Yeah, no, Mark, I hear you. That's where I'm kind of wavering back and forth. No, it's fine. No, McLovin, that was hilarious. I just said, I got some beachfront property in Iowa, and then, like, literally, you're like, Clay, where are you located? Yes, I'm in the U.S. in Iowa. No, I'm way over PDD rule, so day trading is okay. Well, Seth, it sounds like you do you have some bad days, Seth, where you kind of maybe go on tilt, you revenge trade, you FOMO, you break rules? Does that sound like anything where you look back at your day and say, wow, I've made a mess of things? Have you ever had any of those days, Seth? I mean, I have, so I'm not asking you in like a judgmental way. Oh, I appreciate that, Chili, what is this? Now go watch what? Jersey Shore. I've been talking about this double bottom this whole time, and maybe we're finally going to get it. So, why not? Why not put it to the test? We'll see if this area still does have the buyers down here. So, like I said previously, there are some buyers down here. So the main question right now is, are these buyers still around right now? I do not know. Nobody knows. That's what a stop loss is for. Not recently. Normally, if I have 3 or 4 red trades, I call it quits. Okay, well, what stocks do you normally trade? Yeah, Lance, it's not an easy thing. It's not a guaranteed thing. That's for sure. Trading does require persistence. Iowa, where you go uphill in a blizzard to get to school in your PJs. Blizzard and tornado and earthquake at the same time, to be most accurate. Clay, if you are trading, say 25K, does that mean if you make your way up to, say, 50K, but you lose? Correct, yeah, it trails. It's always 1,500. So if you make 500 one day, the next day you do not have 20 or 2,000 to lose. It's just 1,500 still. Have you ever traded futures, Seth? No, sir. Okay. And you say, so on MSTR, for example, what would your normal position size be? So MSTR, what would your normal position size be? Then we're going to do some math, and I'm going to show you how you are just being inefficient and you're not using your capital wisely. Not to mention you're taking on way more risk than you actually need to. But what is, so like on a trade on MSTR, what would your normal position size be? Okay, normally 100 to 500 shares. Man, you're crushing it. Good job in life. I don't know what you do, Seth, but well done in life if you have that sort of a movement. Okay. So, Clay, I've heard you say that day trading stocks is worthless for a lot of reasons. Well, let's just do some quick math here and let me show you how Pam's plan is better. So, MSTR, 400. So let's just say this. Let's say that Seth said he does between 100 to 500 shares. So let's just go bare minimum, 100 shares, and let's say he gets 100 shares, right down here at let's call it $3.99. So in order to be able to get 100 shares, if each share is at $3.99, that means Seth needs, let's just call it $40,000. $40,000. And then let's say this one makes a great move. So it comes from $3.99 and then, comes all the way up to here, $4.25. Okay. So what's the math on that? So that's a $26 per share move. So he had 100 shares. So $26 per share times 100, that's $2,600 profit. Okay. So for $40,000, requiring that, this is actually a pretty big move. I think we can all agree that's a pretty big move. But for that for him to make $2,600, he would need to make that sort of move with 100 shares at $40,000. Okay. Now let's take a look at futures. And let's just look at it from, let me cancel that out. But let's just look at this distance from, let's call it from here up to here. So I think we can all agree that this distance here was not nearly as big of a distance as what we were just looking at on MSTR. So some futures education here. What is the difference between these two numbers? 2120, 2160. Well, there's a difference of 40. 40 what? Well, in futures, things are measured in points. So that's points. So the question becomes, well, how much is 1 point worth? Well, with NQ, 1 point is worth $20. Okay? So the question becomes, okay, well, how much was this distance worth in futures? Well, we had 40 points, and if each point is worth $20, 40 times 20, that very modest distance was $800 per contract. Per contract. So if he was doing futures through a prop firm, how much would he need to make, or how much would he need to have access to? Remember, with stocks, he needed to have $40,000. Well, with Pam's plan, again, day trading futures through a prop firm, let's just take the bare minimum. Let's say he wanted to do the $25,000 size account, $25,000 of purchasing power. For that size account, he could go and get 3 of those contracts. 3 of them. How much would that cost him? Well, it cost him $105. So for $105, he could get 3 of those contracts. And what did we just say those contracts added up at? $800. So we would actually have to multiply that by 3. So that's $2,400 that he could have made on that move for $105. Does everybody see? Wait, what? Yes. How much would he need? He would need $105. How much did he need on MSTR? $40,000 for a chance. And remember, that movement was a big movement that I said. It was a $26 per share movement that he would need to make $2,600. Here, he needed a very modest movement for $2,400, so a little less money, but way, way, way less capital required. Not to mention, let's say he has a bad day. He goes on tilt, he loses mind, or maybe he behaves properly, but then he just goes on tilt, he gets stuck in a crazy move. Well, in the prop firm world, they will take the account away from you. You failed, you'll lose the account if you lose, for this purchasing power of $25,000, if you lose $1,500. But what about for Seth? If you're using your own money, so again, the situation is this: crazy move goes against you. In the prop firm world, you lose your account because the crazy move cost you $1,500. But did you actually lose $1,500 out of your pocket? No, you lost $105. Whereas Seth, the crazy move, cost them bare minimum $1,500. And I say that because within the prop firm, they just end the trade at $1,500. They'll just close the trade. You failed, account gone. But in Seth's case, that $1,500 could have gone to $2,000, $2,500, maybe even more. And that's all money coming out of his pocket. Where in the prop firm world, how much came out of his pocket? $105. So that is part of Pam's plan here, which talks about, where'd my cursor go? Oh, there it went. That was weird. I lost my cursor. But that is here on Pam's plant. We're sure it's low capital required, but to be fair for Seth, It sounds like he's doing very well in life, so that doesn't really matter to him. But what matters to him is this added risk control via you protect your own money. You get stuck in a crazy move, you go on tilt, your FOMO, your revenge trade, your force trade, or like I said, you get caught in a spike, something crazy happens. Well, yeah, you'll lose money, but the only money you lose is the cost of the account itself. So that is why I say if you are day trading stocks, you're taking on way more risk than you need to. You're being inefficient with your capital. Again, $40,000 to make $2,600 or $105 to make $2,400. And not to mention if Seth wanted to go and, for example, say, because I was doing bare minimum, but if he wanted to come up and try the 100,000 of purchasing power, he could have had 12 of those contracts. Now, I'm not saying you necessarily go and do 12 of those contracts, but if that movement was 800 and you had 12 of those, that's $9,600. And how much would that have required out of Seth's pocket? Would it have required 40,000? Nope, it would have required 231. So that means that is his risk the entire time. The entire prop firm journey, his overall risk is 231. Because if he loses the account, that's technically all he loses is that amount right there. So that is why, Seth, I would say that's why I say day trading stocks makes no mathematical sense. I understand this doesn't really pertain to you because you have over 25,000, but for the people that are trapped below that 25,000 in stocks or options, yeah, you do have to deal with that very frustrating rule. But in futures, there is none. So the main things for you, it sounds like, is just this added risk control. You protect your own money. Not to mention the movement. Futures they just move better than stocks anyways. And your ability to control it is amazing. So there we go, Seth. That is why I would say day trading stocks just does not make any sense compared to Pam's plan. So hopefully that made sense to everybody. But there we go. $50K account, it says profit target 3,000. So I must hit 3,000. No. 3,000 is just for the test. You can take as long as you want on the test. I just say get it done within the month because once you go from here to here, once you go from your test into your pro account, then there is $0 monthly fee. Now, you can take as long as you want. So you're asking about the 50K. You can take as long as you want to make that 3,000. I would say don't rush, but get it done within a month. Maybe you're saying, I've never made $3,000 in a month. I'm telling you, futures move. They move. 3,000 is more than possible within a month. But yes, after you pass the test by making now you're not allowed to lose 2,000, but you make 3,000, then yes, this monthly fee goes away. Had a rough morning, finally got to a decent green day. Good job. If you found that helpful, if maybe you're brand new to futures trading or have never heard of that, or are now kind of enlightened maybe a little bit, make sure you hit that like button. Let's drive this thing up to 200 likes. Did you create Pam's plant? It's Pam's plant, not plant. Yes, I came up with it. I organized the argument. None of these points are like unique to me. But Pam's plant is my creation to try to organize the argument as to why, to support my very bold claim that if you're day trading stocks, options, forex, or crypto, you are wasting your time, you're being inefficient with your capital, and you're taking on too much risk. Just take note. Please don't be like, I'm a day trader of stocks and make money. That's not the claim. The claim is not that you cannot make money day trading those other things. The claim is you're being inefficient. You're working harder, not smarter. You're taking on more risk than you actually need to. Once you get to that 3,000 profit target, anything above that 3,000, yep. Yeah, the 3,000 is what puts you from the test into the pro account, exactly. McLovin, even with 5 micros, 3,000 is possible in 3 days. yeah, exactly, McLovin. That's part of Pam's plan too. Right here. They move. In fact, let me show you this real quick. An ability to control it. So what I'm going to do is show you the bare minimum movement that you could see. And when I show you this, if you don't like what you see, I understand. But just realize that this is part of Pam's plan. You're going to have a great ability to control it. So let me just first show you this real quick, and you'll see exactly what I mean. So I'm going to do bare minimum of movement that could be expected. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to do the MNQ. MNQ, very, very slow moving, like the slowest moving of what I would say to get started with. So on top of that, I'm going to do 1. So right now it's 2, but I'm going to change that to 1. So this will be the bare minimum of movement. Again, if you see the movement and you're like, dude, what? I'm going to show you the ability to control it. So what I want you to do, if you've never seen futures trade, is I want you to watch that number right there and then just ask yourself, how do you feel about that movement? Okay, so this is kind of a random trade, but watch that movement. Again, if you're watching this movement down here and you're like, dude, what in the world am I watching? What's the point? Why bother? That's totally fine. I will show you. I will demonstrate. So just watch that number. This is the bare minimum movement that you could expect in futures. And just to drive it home, if you're sitting here like, that's the slowest thing, what's the point of that? I'll show you. I'll show you. Okay, so just watch that number right there. You know, this is kind of a random trade, but not totally random. There's actually some good logic here. But watch that number trading. And if you are yawning, thinking futures is the dumbest thing ever, I understand. I will show you how to fix that, though. So again, just watch the number right here. All y'all talking about take profit seems better. Oh yeah, take profit is way better, especially when it comes to their payment policy, their payment flexibility, pay or get payments every day whenever you want. I'll move my stop down if it wants to break down through that green line there. But I do think my point has been illustrated. Okay, so there we go. Out of that trade. But let's just say you're like, dude, that was so slow. What's the point? Again, that was the bare minimum. So if you were somebody that thought that was way too slow, let me show you now how this works and ability to control it. Now, to be fair, you could say, well, Clay, you're going to tell us to increase position size. You can do that in stocks. You can do that in options. You can do that in anything. You just buy more. That's true, but what does it require to buy more? It requires more money out of your pocket. You need more capital. Not so with futures. So if you were to go and do, let's just say that, again, we're doing bare minimum movement, and then bare minimum, how could you control that movement? Well, for the $105, what you saw one of, I could have taken that as high as 30. So I had one. That position size could have been raised as high as 30. On the other side of it, you're like, Clay, that's still too slow for me. That's still not enough. Okay, well, then you could come on the other end of the spectrum with the 150,000 purchasing power count. That number that you saw that was 1, you could take that as high as 150. But here's the kicker. It doesn't cost you any more. It is still $252 in this situation. Whereas the stock, again, well, yeah, you could increase position size. Well, yeah, but do you have more capital in your pocket to do that? Well, Clay, you could just buy more options contracts. That's true, but do you have more capital in your pocket to do that? Here, you don't. You can start at 1, where I was, and then you can take that as high as 150, yet it's still just as $250. That's it. It's not requiring any more money out of your pocket or nothing like this. And you can do this. You could start at 1 and go up to 150 for one trade, and then you could start another trade and do it all over again. No extra money is required. So that is a huge thing that oftentimes gets overlooked within the world of Pam's plant, is the movement and ability to control it, and all of that within the context of that right here and protecting your money. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that is a good example of why. Whoa. That was a wild candle, huh? Oh, I was short, wasn't I? Man, that would have been crazy. So, please tell me I didn't just get Denmark. Seth was his name, right? Seth, are you still here? Please don't tell me I just got Denmark. I'm here. Okay, thank you, Seth. So does all that make sense? Do you see why, like literally mathematically speaking, it makes a whole lot of sense to day trade futures through a prop firm? What is the percentage of the account that you can make on a 50%. So and this is only during the test phase. One of the rules is you're only allowed to make 50% of whatever the profit target is. So on this one, in a single day, because the profit target is 49,000, you'd only be allowed to make 4,500 in one day. That's just because they don't want you to YOLO, right? They're trying to see, can you trade? So if you just show up and YOLO and get lucky, that doesn't necessarily prove anything. So during the test phase, it's called a 50% consistency rule, meaning you're not allowed to make more than 50% of your profit target. But again, to reiterate, once you go from the test into the pro, that is where you can make as much money as you want every single day. I understand from the point of view, but if I don't need a prop firm, why split prop? Okay, Seth, because this is why. So Seth is basically saying, which I've heard before, but Clay, why would I do that? Why would I give up my profits? I want 100% of my profits. That's fine, Seth, but let me ask you this. You do. If you use your own capital, you get to keep 100% of your profits. But Seth, what else do you get to keep 100% of? And same question to everybody. Sure, you can use your own capital and you do get to keep 100% of what you make instead of 80% here in this pro or pro plus, you get to keep 90%. So that is fair. You do get to keep 100% of what you make, but you also get to keep 100% of something else. What is that something else? Exactly, Seth, your risk. You have one of those bad days, you get stuck in a crazy move, that could be thousands upon thousands upon $1,000 gone, just like that. Whereas in a prop firm, sure, you lose your account, you can get the account back for $100. So for me, I personally think that's a bad trade-off. To trade off, yeah, maybe I don't get to keep 100% of my gains, but at least I don't get to keep anywhere close to 100% of the risk. So fair objection on your part, but I think it's, in my mind, again, that's what it's right here. The added risk control. You protect your own money. You're not taking on 100% of the risk. And given that this is, in my opinion, the game of risk management, I think that's a pretty powerful thing. If there is a way where you can avoid having to take on 100% of the risk, I think it's worth pursuing. I made some good money, but I was just lucky. Well, CR10, I applaud you. That's a very admirable admission on your part. Way too many people get luck and skill confused. Take the gains from prop and trade personal and prop. Yeah, I disagree with that. No need to trade with personal. Personal for options. Well, I hope that's not day trading options. I'll just say that. Okay, personal question. Were you always rational, logical thinker, or did you have a shift in your thinking at one point? No, I think I've always been fat. I love to listen to very smart people talk. It's always like, so this is how, like, as a kid, I like going to the doctor's office because, like, doctors are smart. I know there's a lot of, no, doctors are smart, okay? They're intelligent people. Do they always have the best common sense? Maybe not. But I just like to listen to smart people talk. And I personally think that there's nothing better than just having a conversation. I love to have conversations. Some people, like, they'll get, so why are you nitpicking my words? Well, because I'm trying to understand. Like, many times in the world, people don't want to actually understand one another. So they just assume what somebody else is saying. But I do actually want to have a conversation because I'm weird like that. I enjoy conversations. And part of, I would argue, a good conversation is an efficient conversation. And the way you get to an efficient conversation is by having clarity. And the way you have clarity is by asking people to maybe define terms, maybe specify what they mean by something. So, but yeah, I realize most people are like, you're such a dork, dude. What do you mean you want to have efficient conversations? Well, I just like efficiency. If I'm understanding correctly, the 25K account is around, well, no, if you use my code Clay, it'll be 105. If I lose 3K trading or whatever it is, that's all I lose. Correct. Whereas if I make the profit target and monthly fee goes away and I keep, correct, Seth, that's it. Yep. So it would technically be the 25. It would, again, using my, if you want to support the channel, get the 30% off, it would be 105. And during 25,000 purchasing power, correct. You're not allowed to lose the 1,500. But once you make the 1,500, you move into the pro account. And in the pro account, once you start to make money, you get to keep 80% of it. If at any point in time you break the rules and you lose to the 1,500, then they will take the account away from you. But how much is actually out of your pocket? Well, just simply the price that you paid for the account, which is 105. So quite literally, the true risk out of your wallet is 105. I don't think Nathan's here today, but we had Nathan. He's a regular around here, but he had $130 for an account, and then he made $9,700 on it before he broke the rules. So once he broke the rules, they took the account away from him. But before he broke the rules, he had $9,700 sent to his bank account. So his all-in investment, his all-in risk was $130. So yes, he eventually did lose the 130 because they took the account away from him. But before that occurred, he had $9,700 sent into his bank account. So $130 at risk for $9,700 in upside. To me, that's a pretty strong mathematical equation. Yes, and you can get a bunch of accounts. You're a good thing. It depends what I'm thinking about. Sometimes people are like, wait, what did you say? And then upon more reflection, I'm like, yeah, that was, I can do better. Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Let's see if we can get this up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So we have about 13 minutes. So if you are not, I'm not going to say I'm going to be done at the 3-hour mark unless we can hit 200, but I'm going to highly consider it. So, it's Friday. Maybe we'll just make this a 3-hour live stream. I have gone beyond before, but let's just see the interest level. So if you have not hit that like button and you're enjoying, let's try to push this up to that 200 like level. Big Tick Energy. I'm here. Change my name. Oh, that is you. I don't like that. I like when people change their name. I've always just known you as Nathan, and now I gotta reassess who you are. Are there any fees for futures contracts in the Tesla Pro? Yeah, there are, very minimal. So per contract on the very small ones, it's 50 cents to buy and sell. For the bigger ones where you can make a lot of money very quickly, it's $2.50 to buy, $2.50 to sell. So $5 total. So in other words, commissions within the world of futures are frivolous. It doesn't matter. Good job, Mark. Props take all the risk of margin mistake. Exactly, Mark. Yep, good way of looking at it. Hey, Nero, good to see you. Are the commissions part of the drawdown? Or is that... No, that's part of the drawdown. All you pay is... And the other nice thing about the deal right now, Seth, is normally... So part of the deal right now is 30% off. Can feed my kids, code Clay. But you get the 30% off. But also, and this is... All prop firms do this. But when you go from the test into the pro, some call it funded. They have different terms. But when you make this jump, this is what they call you activate your pro account. And Take Profit Trader, usually they charge $130 for that point. You got to activate it. But with the current deal right now, not only is it 30% off, but this is $0. So code Clay, like I said, it gives you a very, very good deal. So you could quite literally be all in. You're all in risk at the bare minimum, $105. And I'll say this, Seth, I am undefeated when it comes to people trying Pam's plan. I've been live streaming about 3 months now. I don't know. We've had dozens, though, now that are like, all right, I've been day trading options or I've been day trading stocks. Let me go try futures. 100% so far have come back and said, whoa, I'm never going back to day trading stocks again. I'm never going back to day trading options again. Futures are way better. Prop firm is taking on a lot of risk. Good observation, but not true. And I'll show why. So what you're saying, which is, again, fantastic observation. You're like, wait a second, this seems scammy. How can the prop firm be, how can this be a viable business model? If they're only requiring you to pay them 105, but then they're going to let you go lose 1,500, well, this test phase is all in a simulator. So it's like a job interview. So it's not real. On the flip side, I've had some people get upset. Wait a second. So you're going to make them $1,500, but you don't get to keep any of it? All you get is your pro account? What a scam. Again, this is all happening in a simulator. You're not actually making the $1,500 either. Again, it's a test phase. You got to prove yourself. So that is how that works. So YV, good observation, but that is how that works. Yes, but some prop firms don't pay out, so got to be careful. Correct. Yes. There has been some shady prop firms, which is why I only put my name next to 2 of them, because they both have a long track record of paying people. And with Take Profit Trader, I've been paid by them, so I know they pay. I know they pay quickly. They have a great payment policy. But that is true. If you go out there and just sign up for some random prop firm, you might be getting burned. But that's the one that's the reason why I'm always throwing my name next to 2 of them. All right, we'll see if this thing wants to potentially try to come down here. Let's see. Well, in that example, YV, you would have to lose way more than the 1,500, because if you're making all that money, and you're leaving it in your account, you would have a bigger buffer. So you could lose 1,500 and you'd be just fine. Now, if you went and lost, in that situation, if you make 7,500, then yeah, you would be able to lose more than 1,500. You would build your buffer. That's why the discussion always becomes, once you make a certain amount, do you leave it in your account so you can technically take a bigger losing trade, or do you just pay yourself? And if you constantly just pay yourself, then yeah, it's always going to stay at 1,500. But if you start to leave money in, then all of a sudden you can lose 2,000. Then all of a sudden you could lose 4,000. Then all of a sudden, in theory, you could lose 50,000 and you'd still be okay. But if you're choosing to take that money from the prop firm and put it in your bank account, then yes, that's going to stay at 1,500. What do I think of Apex? This is my thoughts on Apex right here. If you are a beginner, intermediate, or advanced, Take Profit Trader is going to be what you want to do. Apex, I would say, is definitely for the intermediate or advanced prop firm trader. So if you're a beginner to the world of prop firms, definitely Take Profit Trader. Very straightforward rules. Yes, if you do research on Apex Trader, you're going to hear it. They're a scam. They're this or that. They're not a scam, but what happens is beginners start to use Apex. And because Apex is actually for intermediate or advanced prop firm traders, that they don't know the rules. They don't understand what's going on. And then the beginner's like, I just got scammed. It's like, no, you didn't get scammed. You just didn't follow the very complicated rules. So my whole premise is start with Take Profit Trader. And then once you prove yourself, you kind of get your feet wet with prop firms and how they work and stuff like that. Then you can step into more of the complicated waters with Apex Trader. But if you are an advanced person, if you're advanced or intermediate, if you're intermediate or advanced as a prop firm trader and you do want to support the channel, then yeah, you can use code Clay to get Apex's current deal. So yes, that is my thoughts on Apex. I don't have anything against them per se, but given that I am trying to make people's life as easy as possible within the world of prop firm trading, I personally believe that Take Profit Trader makes that happen. And I just think that they're the better prop firm because of their payment policy. So to add context to that, some prop firms will say, so let's just say you make 5,000. Some prop firms will be like, well, okay, you made 5,000, but you can only request money from us every couple of weeks. And in a couple of weeks, you can only request $2,000. So again, they'll pay and they'll eventually pay you. That doesn't make them a scam. But with Take Profit Trader, you can request money. So once you get into the pro account, you can request money whenever you want and for whatever amount you want. If you wanted, in theory, you could request money every single day and they would send money to your account every single day. Because they're still wanting you to prove yourself, Steven. Pro account, they'll start to pay you. They're willing to pay you, but it's still another test phase in a sense because yes, it is still happening in a simulator. But any money you make, they will pay you from what from their own pocket. But eventually, they're going to be like, no, we're done paying you from our own pocket. You're going into the live market. What kind of accounts can I use to fund the prop firm? You just use a credit card. I guess you could probably use PayPal too. I'm not sure during the checkout process. You just buy the account with the credit card or whatever. All right, we are looking at potentially... Oh, nah. I was excited to buy it until I looked over here at the 5-minute. And the 5-minute... looming not that far. I don't know. I guess maybe go for a scalp, but looming not that far overhead is that purple line there, the 50 period moving average. What do I think of from like a day trading standpoint or what, CR10? Someone just got paid like 2 million. Yep. They pay, it's just way more complicated. CR10, you're not day trading options, are you? CR10, please don't tell me you're day trading options. But like, are you? Are you day trading options? Okay, good. To buy or not to buy that breakout? That is the question. Your MNQ is just $2 a point. Correct. Per contract. So if that's kind of too minuscule for you, then again, on the 25K account, you could have up to 30 of them. So if you want, you can make it $60 a point. All right. Do I buy the breakout? This is looking kind of spicy. I don't like that 5-minute overhead, though. Do I wait for it to clear? Then I have that resistance right. By the time I let it clear all these resistance levels, I'm going to be basically buying at the 5-minute 50 period moving average. I don't want to do that. I was just wondering because you said you used the word just. But maybe you meant just in the sense of like a very risk-controlled way. This is looking good. All right, I'm in. Let's see if we can get a breakout. Come on. Very good. Put my stop right here. So could still lose money on these final two contracts, but my first profit target is hit. Let's just see if this thing wants to keep breaking out, and if it does, I will move my stop loss as we go. Put another price target up there for another one. Come on. Come on, Jesse. Come on, Cletus. I'm going to move this into... Now this will be a winning trade no matter what because my stop is above my entry point. Come on. Come on, Cletus. Again, this will... So I'm in the sweet spot of trading. My only stress right now is I just don't know how much money I'm going to make. Because I know I'm going to make money. I just don't know how much because I don't know how high this is going to go. Come on, push up a little bit more. Do it for Cletus. You're my boy, Cletus. You're my boy. There we go, Cletus. Let's go, Cletus. Okay, now I'm just going to keep on following it up with my stop. Let's bring it right below there. Come on, Cletus, keep breaking out for me. You're my boy, Cletus. You're my boy. By the way, if you did not know, that's the song you sing to make money in a trade. There it is. Yep, I'm going to keep moving it up as I go. You're my boy, Cletus. You're my boy. Push up some more. No. Don't come down. Keep going up. There we go. All right, I'm going to move up to the lows right there. Keep on coming. Come on, Cletus. Come on, keep pushing up. This is so fun as a trader. My only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? Uh-oh. And I stopped out. There we go. A nice little trade there. Do I buy the back test and will it go? Maybe. Just made a cute little $80 I pulled out early. Good job on the $80. Hello, I just tuned in. Do you do this live every Friday? No, I do it live every day at 11 a.m. Eastern. Drawdown on 50K. It's all right here. It's all right here. 50K, end of day trailing drawdown is 2,000. Little known fact, Clay's courses are just learning the words for... Exactly. It's actually one big scam. You don't learn anything about trading, you just learn the song because that's all it takes. All it takes is a song to make money, and that's it. Exactly. Well, hey, if you enjoyed seeing that trade, if you enjoy seeing live trades, hit that like button. We can't let the streak die. This would, I think, now be the 6th day in a row of 200 likes. So let's not be that group that can't even get this up to 200 likes. I don't know what's going on with the likes today, but I don't know. Maybe today has just not been interesting or entertaining. But if you have the like, if you're enjoying, please hit the like. It helps out. It communicates to me that you're enjoying. It lets me know that I'm not wasting my time sitting here on this live stream. This is how a friend of mine gets rich, and isn't it more than a few hundred to get in? To get into what? The prop firms? Vinavi? Everyone in altcoins. Altcoins are garbage, dude. Like, why would you waste your time with altcoins? Those are a joke. Absolute joke. Unless you like watching paint dry and watching your money just disappear after like one trade because you get the rug pulled on you. Altcoins are flying. Yeah, flying down the toilet. Flying down that toilet. Sure, altcoins can move. Penny stocks can move. Small cap stocks can move. But they can also move against you very quickly. And if that happens to you in your world because you're using your own capital, that's 100% of risk is yours. In the prop firm world, it's not. Yeah, sure, you may lose your prop firm account, but how much do you lose out of your wallet? Hundreds of dollars. A couple hundred at most, not thousands of dollars. Nice job, Paul. Perfect trader, my friend. If you go to the link that's on the top of the screen, all of that is there for you. I'll show it for you one final time, but I just answered this for you, buddy. End of day trailing drawdown on the 50K is 2,000. If you need some more, like I said, it's all right on the site here. Unsubs got issues. That has me scared that they were subbed in the first place. I do have issues, though. That is fair. I have massive issues with altcoins. That is a factual statement on your part. I do have issues with altcoins. I don't like people being degenerate gamblers. I don't like seeing people being inefficient with their capital. What copy trader do you like? Well, I don't really copy trade, but Tradeovate, they have their own, they have a copy trader built in. Are you rich yet financially? Well, I don't know how you define rich. How do you define rich? Let's start there, and then I can answer that question. I would say yes, but I don't know if our definitions of rich are the same. So that's why I ask. Zombie driver, you're gonna drive me into early retirement. Holy smokes. Zombie, let's just do this. Let's just assume that it's a pure and utter scam. I am part of the scam. I am in cahoots with these, and we are here to scam you out of your money, okay? Your risk is $105. Now, I say this with all due respect. If you look at that and say, yeah, Clay, and that would make a huge impact on my life. Hey, you know what? We all start off somewhere. I would just encourage you. You have more things in your financial life that you probably should focus on right now if 105 is going to make that big of a difference. But there does reach a point where, like, when you're at question 890 millionth, it's like, dude, if you're that skeptical, I don't know what to tell you. But at some point, you just kind of got to plug your nose and just take the leap of faith. Worst case scenario, you're out $105. Worst case scenario, I'm part of the scam. I'm scamming you, and we just scammed you for $105, okay? But yes, Zombie, I think what's you're clearly a smart person, Zombie Driver, but like you don't seem to be trusting in your own smartness because what you described is 100% accurate. Like, my friend, go with you, like, give yourself more credit. You are intelligent. You're intelligent to understand how this works. I think that's what's frustrating me here. I don't like when I see like intelligent people like all like, well, it's like, dude, you're smart, clearly. Yes, that's how it works. Be a little bit more confident in your thoughts. I trade stocks with Trade the Pool. Love it. Well, we'll have to agree to disagree. I think stocks are pure and utter garbage. But hey, if you like to waste your time scanning and watching paint dry, go for it. But I also think that might be a bot because I don't know what this person was just trying to advertise for. Which trading platform is this? Well, I'm not going to answer that right now because I may be looking to buy the pullback here. I'll get to it, though. I'm just not going to do it right this second. I need to stay focused here. Good job, Paul. Good job. Congrats. If you like to work inefficiently, be my guest. If you want to take on more risk than you actually need to, be my guest. Be my guest, be my guest. Put our to the test. Dun, 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 na, 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 na. What's that one from? All right, while I wait, what platform am I using? That's kind of a twofold question. Phase one of that is I am trading or day trading futures through a prop firm. The prop firm I'm using is Take Profit Trader. That's the link that you see here. So step one would be you would choose what sort of purchasing power you want. After you choose the purchasing power, it will ask you what platform do you want to use. What I'm using and what you see here is Tradeovate. Now, the important thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate separately and create an account. Take Profit Trader will do all that for you, which is very nice time savings. They will create the username and password for you, send it to you, and then you can just log in with that information that they give you. So, nice job, James. Good job, Jeff. I know my voice is way better than the actors that actually sang it, but I mean, I'm just trying to be modest about it. Clay, weird thing happened yesterday. I have business ethics projects due tomorrow. We've required to watch a movie and compare the course materials to the movie. Anyway, I was looking at trailers. And I saw you're doing a review for McDonald's movie. Yeah. That's one of my things of I'll pat myself on the back. I'm not scared to fail. Like, I did try movie reviews for a while. I was like, you know what, maybe a cool segment on the channel would be like movie reviews of like kind of like business things like the McDonald's one, but it was an epic failure. Nobody watched, nobody really cared. But yeah, that's funny. That's funny. But yeah, you don't know. You got to try. You can't be scared of failure. I tried the movie review thing. I failed miserably. But like in trading, if it hits the stop loss, just cut it, move on. I know, but the other prop firms start at 2. But perfect trader. Again, that's take profit trader. Mr. Clay, is this your full-time job? Is what my full-time job? Is there a certain account size you recommend? No, Michael, it's you ask 20 people, you're probably going to get 20 different answers for different reasons. So, yeah, I don't have really an answer to that. Some people want more, wiggle room to be able to lose. So if you want more wiggle room to be able to lose, then yeah, you'd want to go with the 150K because in that situation, you'll only fail the test, or even in the pro accounts, they'll only take the pro account away from you if you lose more than the 4,500. But again, to pass, you do have to make more. You got to make 9,000. Wait, I've never made 9,000. I'm telling you, option or futures move very quickly. On the flip side, 25K, you don't have a whole lot of wiggle room. If you get undisciplined, even just a little bit, then it could bite you, much quicker. So you kind of just got to figure out what you think works best for you. I will say this though. The fact of the matter is this, part of prop firm trading is you will blow prop firms, you will fail tests, you will lose them, which is not a big deal because, again, your risk is so small. Your actual risk in all of this is just $100, couple $100 at most. So you will fail test. So under that assumption, and with the way Take Profit Trader works is if you fail a test, you can always try again. How much does it cost to try again? Well, $100, no matter what you do. So at that point in my mind, and again, I'm not saying this is the way, but one way to think about it. So if we're operating under the premise, you are going to blow an account and then you're going to want to try again for $100. What do you want that $100 to get you? Do you want that $100 to get you 150K in buying power? Or do you want that same $100 to get you 25K in buying power? So from like almost the best bang for your buck, well, in that sense, if it's going to be $100 to get the test to get back, I mean, in my mind, does it make more sense to let's just get the best bang for your buck? For the $100, let's get ourselves 150,000 in buying power as opposed to $100 for just 50K or less than that. Once again, I'm not saying that is the holy grail way to think about it, but it is something that somebody brought up that I thought, hey, that's actually a good point. Is a prop firm open 24 hours or from 9? They're open they're open 24 hours. Yep. Yeah, I get it, Paul. Everybody has set rules until you have one of those bad days where you lose one or you get stuck in a halt or you get stuck in a crazy move and then you lose way more than $150. Yeah, we all have set rules. But I'm pretty sure, Paul, your claim is not, I'm a perfect trader. I always obey my rules with 100% accuracy and 100% discipline. I never have. I'm pretty sure that's not your claim, Paul. If it is your claim, then you will be the first trader I've ever met in the history of my life that's a perfect trader that always follows their set of rules flawlessly. But I doubt that. I don't think that would be you. Vader is in India. Well, welcome to India, or welcome from India. And good news, Pam's plan is open to those people in India. You mentioned you're live every day at 11 a.m. Do you have a private group? I do, yep. Right here, if you are interested in the private community, Michael. Yeah, you try. That's my point. We all try to follow our set of rules. But when those bad days show up, where you don't follow and then you're looking back and you're like, wow, I made a big mess of things. Yeah, in your situation, Paul, you get to own that entire mess. In the prop firm world, you only own a very small amount of that mess that you created. Again, Paul, you don't seem to understand my claim. My claim is not that you cannot make money day trading stocks. My claim is you are not working as efficiently as you could be. My claim is you're taking on more risk than you need to. My claim is you are working harder, not smarter. So you telling me how much you make, that's fine. The claim has nothing to do with whether or not you can make money. It's an argument of efficiency. I am arguing you are being inefficient. Potentially interested in a short up around. Oh, that's spicy. I'll do that. Nice tight risk. Let's go with 2. You know what? My risk is so tight. Let's go with 3. I think my risk is tight. Let me just double check. Sell. Oh, yeah. 4 points. I'll do that. Well, my point here is, Paul, is I don't know why you trade stocks on the side at all. Like, why? Doesn't make any sense. Why don't you use C? I don't know what C is. Yeah, it's been a while since we've done t-shirts, isn't it? That's a fair point. Avenge Joe or Average Joe, are you still here? I forgot about your question. I just saw it though. I'd be happy to answer it, but I'm not going to answer it if you're not here anymore. Clay, when you pass the challenge, do they send you an email? Well, yes, but did you just pass? If you still have a day for it to register, then it's not like you hit the profit target and then immediately no, you got to let the day finish. Why don't you use Dom? I don't know. I just don't. No, I am not a full-time trader. I don't think full-time traders exist. And I think it's a very bad goal to say my goal is to be a full-time trader. I think a better goal would be I want to be a full-time income stream creator, because every wealthy person I've ever studied has multiple streams of income. So I have zero interest in having my only stream of income being from trading. I would not be able to do it. I got 6 kids. I got stuff, it's just, that would be way too much pressure for me. But like I said, I don't know of any full-time traders. And real quick, before you type in the chat, well, I know so-and-so that's a full-time trader. Yeah, who is this so-and-so? Well, I watch their YouTube videos. Okay, that's my point. Good for them. They're creating multiple streams of income. But they're not a full-time trader, right? They're making money from their YouTube channel or from affiliates or from a service that they're selling or from t-shirts or from, merch that they're selling. Again, no judgments from me other than good job. Good, fantastic. You're creating multiple streams of income. But I think it is I disagree with the goal of I want to have a full-time trader. That's my only stream of income. No, I would say let's try to have multiple streams of income. Like I said, Paul, we'll just have to. I'm glad you're mainly on board with prop firm futures trading. That's great, Paul. But when it comes to you still doing stocks, we'll just have to admirably agree to disagree. It is true. I keep watching, and the likes literally do not go up unless I request. We have been stuck at 179 for like the past 20 minutes. It's crazy. Are there 21 more likes? See, I'm competitive now, and this is where it's kicking in. I really don't want the 200 like goal to not be hit. Can we at least hit 200 likes? Don't be part of the crowd that couldn't even get us up to 200 likes. Are those two 25K profit accounts? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Are those? Or what? All right, 185. Come on. If you're enjoying, I'll keep going a little. I'm actually feeling pretty mentally good. So I'll keep going for longer. Who knows? Maybe we'll hit a 4-hour stream. But can we at least get up to 200 likes? Let me know. Are you entertained? Take profit accounts in your screen. No, this is, no. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, these are two different types. This right here is MNQ contracts that I've traded. This right here is NQ. But no, they're not two types. This is all happening on the same account. 2 losses in a row. I'm taking a break. At least I'm still up. Hey, good job. Good job managing risk to make sure you don't give back all your gains. Why not VWAP? Just curious. Honestly, yeah, because I like, well, at the time, I like these highs. Boop, boop. And then I think when I put that order out there, I think it might have been a little closer to the 200 period. Maybe I'm making that up. I don't remember now. But that's mainly why I like those highs over there. Tristan, I'm new to stocks. What the best way to learn more and get better? Tristan, when you say you're new to get better at what? Are you wanting to invest in stocks? Do you want to swing trade stocks? Do you want to day trade stocks? I'm a full-time trader right now. I don't even, honestly, perfect trader, I don't even know if you're real. Like, I kind of think you might be a bot. Because one time you're talking about how you used to have some sort of Lambo SUV, and then you're asking very basic questions that I would think a full-time trader would understand. So I honestly, I don't even know. I don't even know if you're like a real person or not. But no, I don't think you're a full-time trader. I don't believe you. Let me put it that way. I refuse to believe that trading is literally your only source of income. I think I know who you are, perfect trader. I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure. Based on your conduct in here, and then the questions you ask, and then the claims you make, I'm pretty sure that I know. But to be fair and honest, I can't say for sure. Halfway out of the red now, just waiting for power hour, and I'm ready to wrap this up. Well, good job. Don't get too greedy though, or don't get too aggressive. No, I can't really do that, Joe, because that it wouldn't do it justice. I am using candlestick analysis with supports, resistance, some trend lines to try to find areas that I believe I have an edge. Part of this edge is, do I believe that the risk is worth the reward? I do understand I didn't really answer anything for you, but you can do what you want with this. You're asking more in-depth questions. So, like I said, I'll send this link to you. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't know what kind of, some people are highly offended by links like this. So if you want to just immediately throw it in the trash, hey, do whatever you think is best. But the question you asked is a good one, but no, what that question is, you can't really just briefly explain. Because, well, I did actually briefly explain it, but I do understand my explanation didn't actually really tell you anything. Because in all actuality, trading cannot be briefly explained. Seth, come on, man. Dude, you're clearly successful in life. Like, if you have the amounts that you're throwing around, come on, man. Pam's plant. It's time now. Pam's plant. But my point is, you clearly have the it factor. If you can bring yourself to those sorts of things, all I'm saying is let's help you work a little smarter, not harder. You're clearly still in a learning phase. And my point with the prop firm is you can get that much more learning done, because one bad whoop situation, if you're using your own money, could be $5,000 like that. One bad whoop situation within a prop firm is like a couple $100 at most, and you would still have $4,800 left. I almost forgot about these orders. Hey, we are 9 likes away. Do we have 9 more likes out there? Let's push this up over 200. And I will do that. I'll go beyond the 3.5 hour mark, but we have 5 minutes to get this to 7 or 8, 8 more likes for the JJ effect. 8 more likes. Let's push this up over 200. See, I guess that is good because even Mark forgot. And Mark's been here for like a long time. So yeah, maybe you've already been enjoying, but you forgot to hit the like button. Please hit it. It's very, very helpful. Well, yeah. I mean, if you know that you're wrong, Seth, it's going to cost you $100 or so. Makes it easier. Sintra. Yep. Have a good one. Today has been educational. Well, those are good days. All right, come on. 2 more likes. Here we go. There were some likes out there. Hey, Raider for life. I haven't seen that scream name in a while. I almost got trapped at 2100. I thought it's going to finally go lower. Well, I mean, technically you're never trapped unless you allow yourself to be trapped. I mean, if you refuse to honor a stop loss and you stay in a trade, then that's kind of like a self-inflicted trap there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right. Quick question. I'm going to turn on a fan because I'm getting a bit toasty. Let me know if like you can hear anything on the mic. I hope not, because this could be a game changer. Because right now it's hot and stuffy, and now I got a breeze blowing on me. But do you hear like a buzzing or anything in the background? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is going to literally turn into a sweatshop in here. Not enough to make a difference. Okay. So had I not told you that there's going to be a noise, do you think that you would have noticed anyways? Hey, Jim, do you still have your account, or did it go toasty toast? There's no noise. My hair blowing is distracting, I know. So here's, I'm going to, G-Boss would be very upset at me because now we're not going to talk trading for a second. But as I shoot the breeze, somebody mentioned my hair blowing. Here's just the part that I've learned about. I still have it. Good. So this is what's crazy. Probably like late 30s. I mean, it happened sooner, but like late 30s, and now I'm 41. But yes, I would really like if there would be more hair that would grow up here. Like, I'm well aware of the fact. Like, I get it. That'd be great if some more hair would grow up there. But why, oh why, am I getting like longer nose hairs? So hair is all of a sudden growing out of my nose that I have to trim those. Why am I getting like hair growing out of my ears now? So my daughter's like, she likes to pluck those out for me. But like, why? Why can I not get hair to grow here? I don't get it. I don't know. Explain that to me. How come hair starts growing everywhere that you actually don't want it to grow? Does anybody have an answer for that? I'd like an answer if you have one. You turned 44 today. Hey, happy birthday. Well, I heard that 44 is the new 24, and I heard that 36 is the new 26. I just need to manifest harder, I guess so. I'm the same thing in my early 20s, receding hair on top and hair going out of my nose. And oh man, yeah, early 20s. Let's go, Raider. Let's go. Oh, early 30s you meant. Anyways, let's go. Ear here is weird. Fast semi. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any problem. Like in the bot. Like I'm good. Like I don't need to wear short or long pants because I got like gorilla leg. Like it literally grows everywhere except where it'd be nice to grow. Now my wife, she loves me no matter what, which is great. But why can't it just grow on my head? I don't get it. Is it? Or are you just trolling right now, Jim? Does a drop in testosterone cause ear hair and nose hair to increase? Is that true? Pores on your head are clogged. Hair needs to get somewhere so it comes out of the air. Is that true, Eddie Muddy? I mean, I always thought the hair thing was like genetics, but I don't know. Well, thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. The worst thing is that my hair grows long on my body. No increase in DHT causes that. No, I mean, I've been, my hairline is, like, it happened to me in the 20. What I think the genetics is, if your mom's dad has hair loss, then I'm pretty sure you're screwed. Because my dad has a great head of hair still. But my grandpa, so my mom's dad, yeah, it just wasn't with him. Isn't that the genetics of it? Dihydrotestosterone, so the decrease in that stuff is causing the nose hairs and ear hairs to grow? That's what it's coming from? Because I refuse I had all kinds of testosterone. I'm a testosterone-filled beast. I actually lied to everybody. This is not tea. This is blended up chicken breast and broccoli. Because I'm getting shredded right now. There's so much No, I'm sorry. This is Vitamix, blended up chicken breast, broccoli, and some creatine. That's what I've been sipping on this whole time. I got all kinds. Jim, you should be ashamed of yourself. And yeah, there's a little bit of Viagra ground up. If my wife hears me, she's going to be like, did you just... I'm like, hey, Jim brought it up. And then she's going to be like, wait, Jim brought that up? Jim? She won't believe me. Jim is a saint. She won't believe me. My hubby has hair everywhere except for his head. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, man. How did I... Oh, wait, yeah. Somebody cracked a good joke about my hair blowing in the breeze. I was wondering, how did we end up on this topic? But that's how. That is how. No, we can have fun. We can have fun for sure. I did notice the concurrent viewers are dropping like a rock. So some people are like, no, I'm not here for any entertainment. Just tell me where to YOLO. I embrace the buzz cut. So here's the honest truth. I have no problem growing facial hair. Like, if I don't, like, beard, like, I'm good. And the Viking look is, like, legit. Like, if anybody ever watched Vikings, what was that, on History Channel? Oh, man. Like, if you are here from any sort of Viking descent, I'm jealous of you. I think Vikings were great. But, like, I could totally see, like, hair down, growing out a beard, and then just shaving. And I don't know. Like, that I'd probably hit up the gym that much harder. Just get absolutely shredded. And then I'd probably get a bunch of tattoos on my forearms and stuff. So I look like a straight up Viking. But then I have the business branding problem. Because all of my branding, all of the pictures are me with hair. So now I got to go redo all this website stuff. I got to redo social media. I got to get new pictures taken. So that's why I'm kind of just hanging on to this. It's like a business branding conundrum that I'm in right now. But yeah, I'm not scared of being, well, I don't know. My head maybe is not exactly round. I don't know, you know. All right, I do need to potentially buy this pullback here, though. Come on down. Oh, that's right at the 5. Come on. A little bit more. Face hair is historically the way to depict that you are not a young man and you have controlled your hormones and emotions. I'll take, yeah, exactly. And I have no problem with the facial hair thing. In. All right, taking a loss on that one. The way it's getting jumpy like this, I was just waiting for it to all of a sudden continue jumping down, and I was not willing to risk that. So I'm going to take, what, $50, whatever that was, $50 loss. Again, does everybody notice? Are we seeing this, how it's getting very, very jumpy after a very downwards move? So all I'm thinking, this jumpy, to be fair, maybe it does get jumpy back in my favor. That is completely, I could see that as a possibility. But after this downwards move here, it was seeming like a coin flip that it could also get jumpy, and then all of a sudden, poof. And then all of a sudden, uh-oh. All right, so I would have been okay, but like I said, that was just not a risk I was willing to take. Beard Trader has a nice ring to it. Maintaining a beard is it? Yeah, I have no experience with the beard. Well, that would have worked out fine, but again, that was getting a little too jumpy, a little too squirrely for my liking. But I'm still green. That's what I care about as I head into the weekend. Again, ground up chicken breast, broccoli, creatine, with a little sprinkle of that Viagra. It's really good. Funny side story. I still remember in high school. So I played baseball in high school. Part of, anybody that's played baseball, before the game you warm up. Coach goes out there, hits you fly balls, hits the infield grounders, all that sort of stuff. And okay. I was gonna say, and it was like before. I don't know if it was for a big game, but it was a game. Like we were warming up for a game. And there's no Eddie. I'll just call his first name Eddie. I won't say his last name just because What about shop stock? You're gonna have to be more specific. What about it? But we're out there. So he was a senior, I was a junior. So I guess I was either 16 or 17. He was either 17 or 18. And he's like, Clay, last weekend, man, I took a Viagra. Don't ever do it, man. Don't ever do it. I'll just leave it this way in case there's kids in the room. He had issues for many, many hours. Many, many hours. So I never forgot that, As a young chap filled with testosterone, that is apparently not a pill that you should or need to be taking. Because he had some issues for a very, very long time. How many accounts do I have? I have several. You broke the rules. Account closed. I'm not sure. Maybe that must be for something else. Again, okay, so here's the problem. You asked, what are my thoughts on Shop? My thoughts are you should probably not be in the market, and here's why. Because that's a very open-ended question. You did not specify what category. Are you asking about Shop from a day trading standpoint, from a swing trading standpoint, from an investor standpoint? You just actually opened yourself up to potentially a headache. Because what happens if you're asking about it from an investor standpoint, but then I just assume you're asking about it from a day trading standpoint? Then I could be giving you very irrelevant thoughts. So the mere fact that you didn't know to really provide enough context about what category you're asking from has me thinking you should probably maybe take a step back from the markets. That would be my answer. Drew P, that could be it. That could be it. Can you explain one last time take profit? What about take profit would you like me to explain? Eddie's got yeah. Oh, and Eddie Money, and the guy's name was Eddie that told me that. Man, Eddie had a great arm too, man. He would just gun people out from the outfield. I am so new at this. I'm sorry. I wanted to buy it short term. Thanks. Yeah, that's why I would say I'd hold off for now. You have more learning to do, which is okay. We all start off new. But like I said, you opened yourself up to a very dangerous situation because now you've specified you want to buy it short term. But can you imagine if I just assumed you meant as an investment and then I gave you thoughts from a long-term perspective when you were actually only asking from a short-term. So do you see how dangerous that kind of was? Do you need all those accounts? Yes, I think so. I'm running a little bit of an experiment. Yes, thanks for all the help. Here, why don't you check out this? Check out this. Let me send you a link. It'll be next Thursday, May 15th. Totally free. Sounds like it could help you out. We are there. You go. So check that out. Totally free. Go get signed up for it. I think that'd help you out quite a bit. Flush income. Ooh. That is spicy. I don't know. Do you think it can break down through this back test area? It's kind of a double whammy of support. You have the 50 period. You have that trend line right there. But, you actually have this too. A lot of, whoops. So yes, this area here is a boatload of supports. But if it can clear down through all these, I could see that picking up some downside pressure. I don't know, perfect. You're the full-time trader that's got a Lamborghini SUV. These questions should be like, something's not checking out here, perfect trader. You claim to be a full-time trader with a Lamborghini SUV, yet you're asking such a basic question that I would think somebody with your level of success would have no problem understanding. Which is why I think I know who you are. Your story's not checking out, brother. Well, I don't know if it's going to come back down. But if it does come back down, it's kind of spicy down here. It's pretty beautiful like my face. Are you here, Jim? By the way, Jim is like a literal real-time, like in real life friend. So is Jess aware of how you conduct yourself online? The humor that you're using? Is Jess aware of this? At least, Jim's an honest. Well, I'm in the. Okay, all right. Clay Stallion, beautiful face pattern. That's right. That's right. Some of you are way more gracious than I do. I think I know who that person is, but some of you are giving more benefit of the doubt, which I can't fault you for that. You're just a little bit nicer. But I don't know. The story just doesn't check out. It's Bruce. It's Bruce. Sounds like Bruce. Just like he just cracked this case wide open. I want to say like one of the Sherlock Holmes movies, but I've never really seen those. There's Bruce Almighty, but I don't think it would be that. I don't know if I've seen that one. I could see it being him. I don't know for sure, but I could see it being him. I just always have red flags that go up when somebody is saying, oh, I got the SUV Lamborghini, I'm a full-time trader, so which implies you must be a really good full-time trader, and then they just ask questions that it's like, wait, what? What? Like that should be like, that should not be a question given what you're explaining about yourself. Jay Larson's wrong number prank. Oh, and I've never heard of that. I will say, what is it? Where's Judd at? Snapping Turtle. Who does that? You want to buy a Snapping Turtle? Who's that guy? Snapping Turtle. prank call. Yeah. Oh, what is that? Okay, right here. This literally makes me. I don't. Maybe it just shows like a lack of maturity. I don't know. I don't know what it does. But right here, look up this. I'm not going to click on it. Last time YouTube got mad at me because they're like, "Hey, we're demonetizing your video because." But right here, Craigslist prank call with Ed Bassmaster. Yeah, I'm actually gonna watch it afterwards. Oh man. Oh man. Just thinking about. Boy, I'm about to pop your heads out or Well, oh man, you gotta just watch. What are some of the lines? Oh, you ain't scared of me, boy. Man, you ain't scared of me. All right, it's right here. I gotta watch this. This is actually kind of spicy. Oh yeah, Perfect Trader, that's him. Because Perfect Trader, or the person who Perfect Trader is constantly saying, "Oh, I'm gonna join. I was gonna join this, that, and the other." No, you weren't. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Yet another clue. Also, do not buy a prop firm trial unless you read all the prop firm yourself and research videos on it. Well, yeah, that depends. That's why with Take Profit Trader, it makes it very straightforward. That's part of my argument, is like it's so straightforward. Clay was really shredded a year or two ago compared to now. He kind of looks like Jason. Oh, come on now. Do something. The 21 EMA. I know, yeah, the 20 EMA. It's worth at least trying. That is hilarious. I was trading A. Also, do not. You guys ever have the mouse hover over the exit button while in a trade and sudden uncontrollable twitch? Yes, I've had that happen before. Nash, I have. Like those random twitches. I think I bought before too. Coach Cleats, me too, and gotten the same way. Yeah. I've had that too. That makes me feel better. Man, this is looking kind of spicy here. Break of this area. I mean, a lot of supports. You have the 50 period. You have this back test area. You have this uptrending trend line right here. But Perfect Trader, yes, you should stop. Because if you are on this 50K with Take Profit, then there's the 50% consistency rule, meaning during the test phase, you're only allowed to make 50% of that right here because that is your target profit. So if you are at like 1,400 something, yes, you should just stop for the day because you've basically maxed out the day. Now, as a reminder to people, once you go from the test into the pro, then in these here, you can make as much as you want every single day. But during the test phase, they just want to make sure that you're not YOLOing, getting lucky, or anything like that. So that is so you should definitely be done for the day. And well done on the day if you're at that 50% area. Good job. TPT removed the daily loss limit, and the thing saved a lot of people from blowing. Yeah, that's something that I actually did a video on that I disagreed with. I thought that was a good rule to have. I did a video. I did a video on it. Said, yeah, I'm not a fan of that one because that's part of Pam's plant. I think one of the arguments is the added risk control via rules, and I think having that daily loss limit was a good rule to have because I think having a daily loss limit is something that is worthwhile to have. So I was not a fan. Did a video of it, but still. They still do have, I mean, at the end of the day, the drawdown is a daily loss limit anyways. So it's kind of acting as the same thing. We'll see if it wants to come down or not. Now, hey, if you are enjoying, hit that like button. We're not doing too bad. Do we have enough in here to get up over 220? Hit that like button if you are enjoying. And you have to trade for 5 days. Correct. With payments available, in theory, on day number 6. Whereas other companies, sure, you can pass in 1 day, but then you still will not be able to get paid for like another 8 or 9 days. That would prove it, Perfect Trader. That would actually prove it. That would definitely prove it. But I will say this. The other person has told me that exact same thing. I'm going to join now just to prove it. And then all of a sudden they start asking more questions about it and then ultimately don't even join. So I'll be straight up for you. That's not what I'm watching it from you. Are you going to begin asking me a million questions about it and then never end up joining? Because right now you're still following down the MO of that person. But yes, if you just join and then I see you introduce yourself in the pit or the lounge, I will publicly apologize to you there. I will publicly apologize here for misreading the situation. Join what? My private community. This. Well, it's still just hovering. Doesn't quite want to come back down, it seems. Yes, Raider for Life. It is my private community. Yep. We need a Trump tweet. In some ways, I hope it doesn't even do it. That way I don't have to be tempted. Should I take the trade? Because I don't know if I want to take another losing trade. But I do like the setup. I thought he did join. No. The person who I think he is has never joined. But that person before, who I think he is, has said, I'm going to join to prove that it's not you. And then there's a bunch of questions that you start like, well, how does this work? How does that work? What's this? What's this? And it's just like, okay. But yeah, if he goes and just joins, boom, straight away, then for sure that's not him. Firmament, hey, what up? Rough day today. Well, hopefully you managed risk the best you could. Oh boy. I keep my accounts over pro, take profit over 53, so I have wiggle room for withdrawals. Yeah, Paul, I can see the logic there, for sure. Gary, also a rough day. Why is my candlestick chart trailing behind yours? No, I think yours is in front of mine because there's a delay with the stream. So I think yours would be ahead. Mine would be delaying yours because there is a stream delay, which is why I tell people, man, if you're copy trading me, yep, I have a sensible, good to hear that. First and futures, awesome, Gary. Okay, I don't know if I recognize your name, but Gary, what did you day trade before futures? And also, Gary, did you learn about futures here, or what's kind of your backdrop or background on that? So twofold question. Did you learn about futures from the live stream, Pam's Plant? And also, what were you trading before futures? Once again, look at this. Right off of that line. The power of trend lines. I watched the free courses on you. Okay, cool. And I'm in your community group. Oh, cool. Well, what were you trading before futures, Gary? Trading stocks. So what are your thoughts on futures versus stocks? Not copy trading, just watching. Okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that you were specifically copy trading. I was talking in general, like you all, like anyone here that is copy trading. Please remember, there is a delay. I actually find this more relaxed. All right, there we go. Our newest person that is like, you know what, let me just try the day trading of futures thing. And right here, I actually find this more relaxing. I know what you mean by that, but there you go. Another win. Currently have a call option at 105 strike price with next week expiration and 120 strike price for NVIDIA for a week and a month from now earnings. All right. Well, sounds like you're doing some swing trading of options. Hope it works out for you. What is the UPIT code? I want to join now. You want to join what? Take Profit Trader, the prop firm, or my private community? Which one are you wanting to join? I don't know what UPIT code is. UPIT. I'm trying to see if this wants to come down here and break down, but it just doesn't seem like it necessarily wants to. I tried learning about options, but I couldn't find a video to explain it clearly. I know a guy that's got a big old options course. But yeah, no point in learning about options unless you want a day trader to do like things with them in like your investment accounts, like covered calls and stuff like that. No need to day trade options. Doesn't make any sense. Causes you to work harder, not smarter. Yeah, that's kind of got to do what you got to do. Although I would argue that's not necessarily a totally relevant situation within the world of futures, because that's why it's part of Pam's plan. But the nice thing about futures is they're basically open around the clock. So you said that you didn't really have time for day trading. I'm assuming you mean stocks because, stocks kind of have that limited window. But with futures, they're open pretty much around the clock. So if you wanted to day trade in futures and definitely use a prop firm, would be a way for you to get active in day trading, even with a full-time job. I'm trying to join, but it's only giving me 6 payments. This link here, right here, Perfect Trader. That link right there. Got to click on that one. And then down here, well, I mean, you could click on join. And then right here you have the two options. So right here. Right here. This one every 3 months, or this one for the year, which is technically you get 3 months free. Do you see what I mean, Force Fed? Now we're starting to go down the okay, but I'm willing to give him a chance. Maybe he just clicked, because to be fair to him, I have thrown quite a few links in the chat, so that might have been what happened here. Subscribe. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. You folks want to see some volatility at 7 a.m. this morning. Our president tweeted and sent the futures market in a 150-point spike in 1 minute. Yeah, which is a lot. Yeah, the covered calls are pretty straightforward. But yeah, iron condors, bald-faced dolphin monkeys. Yeah, those ones are pretty intense. All right, hey, Michael Anthony. Type ABC or else you're banned. ABC in the chat room or else you're banned. I'm at 95% sure now you are a bot. You always show up and randomly talk about Pfizer, but there's no way that you're actually real. Okay, Denmark, final warning. If you pump that garbage stock once again, you're getting banned. Okay? So I'm going to delete that because I don't want that nonsense in here. And if you start to pump it anymore like that, you gone. Is Trump going to lower the tariffs on China? Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Did I already give him a warning once? No, that was somebody different yesterday. I think, Thomas. I think. This is nothing. Other streamers have huge crypto bot attacks and also fake view counts. Yeah. I'm sure those will show up eventually. What is a purple indicator? The 50 period simple moving average. This is spicy looking. Or is this just waiting to fake break and then just rip upwards and then ruin everybody's, all the shorts weekends? I don't know. Yes, it could very well turn into a clown fiesta. It's nearing it. Could I? What if I shorted here? 22 up to. That's a 10-point risk. I'm ready. Someone asked about the emails today as well. You have to do something. Oh yeah, that's true. It wasn't as bad today. Wasn't as bad today, but yeah, I do need to still try to figure something out for that. Oh wow, we just hit the 4-hour mark, huh? So we are a part of a record-breaking stream. Kind of been sitting here seeing what it wants to do on this, but what time is it? Man, 4 hours. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild, brother. Are you going to break? Should I take it? I am definitely starting to mentally feel it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this good. I'm tapping out. 4-hour mark. Hit 200 likes. That was good. So again, if you enjoyed and you want to get into Pam's plant, again, and you want to support the channel, check out the link that's at the top. And if you want to support the channel, code Clay here will give you the discount. Which is 30% off, and then the no activation fee. And like I said, it just helps feed my kids. I got 6 kids. Help feed the kids, feed the children. So code Clay. But in all seriousness, if you want to support another channel, use their code. That's fine. But yeah, if you enjoy this and you want to support it, please consider using code Clay at checkout. I do plan on doing a Saturday morning coffee tomorrow, which is more laid back. We'll look at some charts, kind of just viewer driven. So if you're around tomorrow morning, you want to swing by. You can do that. How do you not know that, Raider for Life? You're not new here. Like, I recognize your name. How do you not know that I have 6 kids? Some of you, it's just bizarre. Like, I recognize the name, and then I say comments, and you're like, wait, what? It's like, how do you not know that yet? Come on, man. All right, well, I hope everybody has a great weekend. Don't do anything stupid before the weekend. Don't ruin your weekend. Don't make it where you sit there and regret everything all weekend long. What time does the coffee meet start? I don't quite know yet. So I guess I'll turn that into a quick plug. Hit the subscribe button and then turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Because I'm not quite sure when that'll exactly happen. I knew you had like 3 kids. I guess it's been some time. No. I've only been live streaming for 3 months. Ever since I've been live streaming, I've had 6 kids. First time here, good chat. Hey, Paul, well, it's good to have you. I appreciate it. Hopefully you'll be back. But yes, I will be back sometime tomorrow morning. And then I'll be back Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern at the very latest. But sometimes I show up early. So like I said, if you want to know when that is done, or just subscribe to the channel. I've learned that a lot of people hit the like button, but they never actually subscribe to the channel. So that's another super way. Seth, when I talk to you on Monday, you better be saying, I got my prop firm account. I use code Clay, and I'm ready to rock and roll. So that's your homework assignment, Seth. That is your homework assignment. But yes, Perfect Trader still do not have confirmation on whether or not they joined. But as of right now, I kind of am calling it, but I'll still give a benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's just taking a little while to go through the checkout process, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, everybody, take care. Have a great weekend, and I'll see those of you that hang out either tomorrow morning or back Monday, again, 11 a.m. Eastern time.